Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. As the music fades, I'll just give it a few seconds, and there it goes. So, welcome back, everyone, to another episode or spine number of Chasing Labels. We are on spine number 164. Want to make sure my headphones are actually in the right place. Sometimes I forget which side's left and which side's right. It does make a difference. In the audio world, left and right headphones do make a difference. Same thing when it comes to your home theater setup, when it comes to your speaker system setup. Um, I didn't really realize that until many years, after I had already set things up, that if you plug in the wires into the wrong place when it comes to your home theater setup, things get a little wonky, things go a little weird. I once had someone like hooking things up, and they basically told me like the sound effects would come from like different directions if you swapped wires. Anywho, doesn't really mean anything, but welcome one and all back to another episode of Chasing Labels. Um, this is the show hosted by me, Andrew. We will be getting into various things in the world of boutique labels that have been announced in the last few weeks from the home video arena area, market, whatever you want to call it. I feel like saying video is a little archaic, but home media seems to encompass too many different things, too many different formats. Here, we're just concentrating on movies from the boutique world. We're going to be going over a couple of things that have been announced in the last 2 weeks or so, mostly things that I'm interested in personally. I'm interested in adding to my own collection. You may be interested to adding it to your own collection, or things that I just find interesting in general, and just general news in general, perhaps sometimes. But first of all, some recent things that I got here in my own personal collection as I clear my throat. We will actually coincidentally be talking about a volume 2 of this exact box set later on in the show, and this is the Shinobi box set from Radiance. And Radiance, of course, is a company that we've been following since their inception. We were there right at the beginning when the founder of Radiance started the entire line and company, and we had him on the show right before they did their first releases and all that stuff. So I've been plugging them ever since because they do fantastic work. Fran Simeone, who is the head of Radiance, does immaculate work over there. They're in their third year of putting out releases, and this is one of their releases, I believe, from last year. And this is Shinobi Volume 1. I talked about this when it first came out. The reason why I'm bringing this up now is I just got it, finally. And secondly, they are releasing a Volume 2, which we will talk about later on, like I said. Some other things that I got recently, I talked about it last time because I believe it had just come out like the day after the previous episode of Chasing Labels, and that is Sean Baker's Honora, the Criterion release. Actually, it's the only release of it. It went straight from theatrical release last year to getting a physical media release from Criterion. This is the 4K UHD edition, which is a little bit thicker than the regular Blu-ray edition because it has 3 discs as opposed to 2 discs, which I believe is the DVD edition. So you get a booklet in here like you typically get with all of Criterion's releases. For those of you listening at home, you really can't see any of the visuals here. So come on over to the YouTube channel of Chasing Labels and you get to see all this stuff. So you got the 4K disc is on the right panel, and you have the 2 Blu-rays here on the actually it's my right, your left. But anywho, you can see the design here on YouTube. And this is for Nora, the Best Picture winner of last year, the Sean Baker film. Of course, if you are longtime listeners, longtime supporters of Chasing Labels, we had Sean Baker here. I'm going to plug that for the rest of time because it's not often that you get to meet and talk with Academy Award-winning directors before they become Academy Award-winning directors. Those fortunate things don't tend to happen to me ever. So I'll be riding that wave forever. So that is Honora. I also got his movie a couple of weeks ago, actually. I got it early, is Prince of Broadway, as another recent pickup. I think I showed this off before. This is an earlier film for him. I think it was his third film. Came out in 2008. Once again, kind of standard Criterion packaging here, clear Blu-ray case, a booklet inside, and of course the disc as well, only on Blu-ray. So I've got all of that recently. There's a couple of other things too. I can't really remember. I could never remember what I've talked about before and what I've talked about with now. Um, did I show this off last time? I don't really remember. Is Last Tango in Paris? I think I did say this is just the Strip Picks release. I showed this last time, but this is one of the releases of from Vinegar Syndrome from April. Coincidentally, we're going to be talking about more Vinegar Syndrome stuff later on because May 1st came around between a previous episode and now. So of course they dropped a bunch of their stuff, a bunch of their black halfway to Black Friday sale reveals were there. Their halfway to Black Friday sale is coming up in I think about 2 weeks time. I'll get more info on that once we get to Vinegar Syndrome later on in the show. Another thing here is in the bedroom. The Blu-ray release from Imprint. Steven and I will be getting together to do a full review of a couple of Imprint releases, and this will be one of them. So if you're ever interested in that, what I think is one of the most super underrated movies of the last, you know, 25 years is In the Bedroom, which stars Sissy Spacek, Tom Wilkinson, Nick Stahl, and Marissa Tomei. I've been waiting forever for this movie to get a Blu-ray release. Coincidentally, we'll also be talking about Imprint here on Chasing Labels later on as well, and they're going to be releasing another movie that I've been waiting forever to come out on Blu-ray with as well. So let me move some of these things aside. Also recently here on the channel, we did a kind of a soft reboot of a new show, newish show, Movies Down Memory Lane. And in Movies Down Memory Lane, we originally had done a series of episodes chronicling the career of Jim Carrey. And we've now kind of switched up the format of that show to be more personal, to be more of movies that are from our memory lane as individuals. It's going to be me, my Steven, and our friend Dan Skip Allen, a film critic from Florida. We will be kind of chronicling movies that meant a lot to us throughout our lives, whether it be from when we were super young to when we were, now adults. And we already have an episode up of that here on the channel. And the first movie we did was High Noon. High Noon was a movie that was, I guess, near and dear to the heart of our friend Dan Skip Allen. The classic Western from 1952, starring Gary Cooper and Grace Kelly, plus a bunch of other people make an appearance in here, directed by Fred Zinnemann, written by Stanley Kramer. It's a really good, it's one of the all-time Westerns. It really is. This is the 4K UHD from Kino. There's been a Blu-ray also, I believe, released from Kino as well. There's an old Olive Films release Blu-ray. There's an Olive Films signature edition release of this movie on Blu-ray as well. So this movie has seen its share of physical media releases over the years, but this is its current, I guess, newest format, if you will, or newest edition. So yeah, I thought I would give that a quick plug. There's some other things I got from Fun City Editions. Let me go grab those really quick. Figured I might as well show these off. I got two of their most recent releases in Lifeguard and in Racing with the Moon. Now, I talked about both of these movies at length when they were announced. So, both really good films, both fantastic films, both great releases. We've been big fans of Fun City Editions here for a long time. We've had the founder of Fun City Editions on Chasing Labels, I believe twice. I would love to get him on again. Jonathan Hertzberg? Yes, hopefully that's right. I always forget the names of people. I can remember the episodes, I can remember recording, and I can remember, the discussions we have. I remember the companies, but I thank goodness that there is a running list of people here on our Facebook page that I can remember. Let's see. I believe it is. Yeah, Jonathan Hertzberg, founder of Fun City Editions. Yes. He was in episode number 45, which was his first appearance. So that would be audio only. That's going back to our podcast feed in various places. So a couple of, just doing some housekeeping, doing a couple of things here that I got recently. Might as well share it with you guys at home because, I talk about all these releases. I might as well show you the ones I actually do end up getting if you've been following along here. So without further ado, Let's get into what we're going to be talking about here. First up here, talk about a slate that's kind of reintroducing us to uh, older catalog films, reintroducing us to movies making their Blu-ray debuts for the first time, and that is Warner Archive announced their June titles. So let us see what we've got here. Straight up, right off the bat, I just mentioned that In the Bedroom got a Blu-ray release finally. The Paul Newman film HUD is getting a release from Imprint, which we're going to talk about later. But one that is so also near and dear to my heart, and one that I've been wanting a Blu-ray release of for so incredibly long. I thought this would get a Warner Archive release years ago, and that is the Elia Kazan film Splendor in the Grass. Here I'm holding up my old used DVD that I bought at a used movie store once upon a time. Literally, there's the old DVD just in the case here. Um, this movie stars Warren Beatty, Natalie Wood, Pat Hingle, um, and I've always loved this movie. I'm a big fan of Natalie Wood in general. I thought she was a fantastic actress. Warren Beatty, I've always thought was really good as well. You know, this is obviously a young Warren Beatty. This film is from 1961. Really a classic film. I absolutely love this movie. I've been championing it for many years. So, for those of you who do not know the movie Splendor in the Grass, um, Deanie Natalie Wood is, let's see, in in an Oscar-nominated performance that marked a career turning point towards complex adult roles. So Natalie Wood was a child actress. She was in oh goodness, she was in The Searchers. She was in The Searchers, the John Wayne, John Ford film. Let's see, is a teenager eager to do right in her 1920s Kansas town. But the emotions she shares with boyfriend Bud, Warren Beatty's screen debut, are too strong. Soon, the conflict between respectable behavior and human desire will push Bud to a physical collapse and Deanie to madness. So, what we have here is a movie about young love and about the powerful obsessiveness of young love with a set of complications. It's a very much a Romeo and Juliet type of story, if I do remember correctly. They're kind of from like two different sides of the track, if you will. And as the story tends to go, you know, there are outside forces pushing them away from each other. And will they end up together? Will they not end up together? What is the state of their romance? I remember being such a whirlwind, powerful romance film. I'm such a sucker for those type of hopeless romantic films. So that's why I've always loved Splendor in the Grass. Um, and Elia Kazan, I've always thought is a great director. All of you kind of know who Elia Kazan is. Director of On the Waterfront, the director of Streetcar Named Desire, just a massive fixture, I think, in film history. If you don't know him, you may know his granddaughter, Zoe Kazan, who is an actress and writer and filmmaker in her own right. And she and her partner, I guess husband, I'm not sure, Paul Dano, work together a lot. Paul Dano, also actor, writer, and director too. He's got a movie actually that's in the Criterion Collection. So there you go. But Splendor in the Grass is getting a Blu-ray release finally from a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, feature-length documentary Elia Kazan: A Director's Journey, which is not even on here. Nope. So that's not even that's not even a carryover from here. All you get on this old DVD, which is the only way this movie's been available, at least to me, is an Oscar-nominated cartoon, Beep Prepared. And that's probably an old Looney Tunes cartoon. So that's all you get with that. So I thought that I was so thrilled when that got announced. Finally, I can, you know, upgrade and get rid of this old DVD. I also there's another film here that I've got that I've seen before as well. Actually, I've seen all of his movies. It's a Robert Mitchum film, uh, starring alongside Jane Russell, starring his kind called His Kind of Woman. Uh, hard luck gambler Dan Miller is in sudden luck. He'll get $50,000 to hang out at a posh Mexican resort. 5,000 now, the big payoff when the gangsters making the offer don't expect him to live long enough to collect. Uh, Yeah, uh, His Kind of Woman is a film noir fans kind of movie. Dark, sassy, surprise filled. Robert Mitchum plays Milner, who finds the romantic stakes raised when he meets a self proclaimed heiress, Jane Russell, and the role that launched her friendship with Robert Mitchum. The mystery is twisted, the sets are astonishing, the cast is large and talented, but what makes the cult favorite stand apart is Vincent Price's hilarious turn as a self-absorbed gun-collecting Hollywood star. Mitchum gets the girl, but Price steals the movie. So you've got Robert Mitchum, Jane Russell, and Vincent Price. That is enough to sell me on any movie, and let alone a movie I've already seen and already like. So his kind of woman has a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, a feature commentary with film historian Vivian Sobchak, um, and that's it. So yeah, so in the typical Warner Archive fashion, not a lot when it comes to special features, but what you are getting, and I say this every single time, is you're getting these movies on Blu-ray pretty much for the first time, for the most part, and you're also getting them in the best quality you could possibly imagine. Like I said, new restorations. The 4K restorations always look amazing. Whatever restoration work they're doing at Warner Archive over the last decade or so has been astonishing. Don't stop doing that. Whatever you're doing, don't stop doing it because it's working. It's working really, really well. Um, and then we have the movie Executive Suite. So Executive Suite is the president of Tread Corp has unexpectedly died. Long live the new president. But who will the exec be? There's no official line of succession, and so the shady deals and insider backstabbing begin. Boardroom with and boudoir politics play out in the star-packed tale of corporate machinations, directed by the great Robert Wise, who did The Sound of Music. It's probably what he's most known for, but he did so much other work. Robert Wise did. He also directed this great movie called The Setup, that has a Warner Archive release. It's a boxing movie. It is fantastic. If you haven't seen the movie The Setup yet, definitely check it out. A bottom line opportunist, Frederick March, is also in the movie, and an idealistic manufacturing vice president in William Holden emerge as the leading candidates for the top post. But while power suited men maneuver a woman, Barbara Stanwyck may have the most clout. She's the founder's daughter and the company's major stockholder, and maybe the velvet power behind the Treadway throne. So once again, you got a star-studded classic film here in Executive Suite, um, starring Frederick March, William Holden, and Barbara Stanwyck. Yet again, you had me sold on just the cast alone. I have seen this movie. It is also very good. This is a great release slate from Warner Archive. So with Executive Suite, you got a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative. You got a feature commentary by Oliver Stone, Tom and Jerry cartoon, Hiccup Pup, Pete Smith specialty, Do Someone a Favor, and then the original theatrical trailer. Not really a special feature at this point, but you know what I'm saying. Um, so these are all coming out June 24th, by the way. Um, Next, we've got the movie The Enchanted Cottage. Now, this is a lovely um, romance. It's a romance film. It's a little bit of a melodrama, but perhaps before the time of melodrama. But it's a very sweet, enchanting film. If you're yet again, if you're someone like myself who is a hopeless romantic and kind of loves these hopeless romantic types of movies or just romantic types of films in general, you'll appreciate this film a lot. You may fall in love with it actually. Um, it's a movie that I know that many people have seen in the classic film realm. Hold on, let me make sure my phone is on vibrate so it doesn't ring during the middle of the show. Um, So, can two damaged, lonely people find happiness together? Can the love and inner beauty they nurture transform their outward appearance? When Oliver Bradford, sorry, Robert Young, who's portrayed by Robert Young, returns hideously scarred from World War II, he leaves his fiancee believing that no woman could ever love him. But Oliver meets Laura Pennington, who portrayed by Dorothy McGuire, a very plain young woman who thinks that no man would love a woman so lacking in physical beauty as she. Um, so they end up getting married more so out of just kind of like, hey, let's do this as we're two kind of like broken, plain, lonely people. Um, let's just get married for the sake of it, just to kind of keep people off our backs, if you will. Well, there's a whole other side thing where the Oliver Bradford character, the Robert Young character, his parents are very kind of concerned and obsessed about, what he's going through mentally and physically because of what happened with him in World War II. And so to get them off his back, he's like, let's just get married. There is a relationship that has developed there before they make this decision. But of course, as they get married, they grow even closer, and as they grow closer, the romance elevates. And what ends up happening is they end up actually viewing each other without their scars, without their what they see as deficiencies, and they start seeing the inner beauties of themselves outward, and they believe that some magical thing has occurred where they no longer view themselves in a negative light. And it's a really beautiful kind of sentimental thematic story of, overcoming one's own sense of, body dysmorphia or dysmorphia in general, or depression or self-loathing and things like that, because you find someone that you can live a happy life with. It's a really beautiful story if you think about it. The one kind of caveat of it all is that like both Robert Young and Dorothy McGuire are beautiful people. They're beautiful actors. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of like kind of lose yourself in the idea that they are you gotta take the artistic license of it all. But once you do, it's a really kind of beautiful, enchanting story. Not to like cop the title of the movie called The Enchanted Cottage, but that's that movie. It came out in I think 1945, so it's interesting. um, yeah, it was a big success at the time, based on the play by Sir Arthur Wing Pinero and first filmed in 1924, starring Richard Barthelmess. So this movie had been made in the 20s as a silent film, but I think it works so much better as a kind of a almost stagey 1945 melodrama romance. And yeah, it's a really beautiful movie. I really liked it a lot. I can't wait to see it on Blu-ray. Speaking of which, it's got a new 4K restoration of the original camera negative, audio-only Lux Theater production from a 1945 broadcast, an audio-only General Electric Theater broadcast from 1953, and then original theatrical trailer. But that's The Enchanted Cottage. Next we have A Date with Judy. Um, hold on here. Before I get to that, I was checking one thing here. Um, Let's see. So A Date with Judy. Sorry, I have to check something. I'm trying to keep up with oh boy, trying to keep up with the Celtics game. The Boston Celtics are playing in the playoffs right now. I would normally have the TV on, but it creates too much glare. Because the glare from the TV will hit the poster behind me, and it'll create a glare in the camera. Just to avoid all that, you're gonna hear some drop offs in audio of me looking at my phone to check the score. So that's what you'll be hearing. But down to business. A Date with Judy takes you on a sunny, spirited romp through post-war America that's bright with song and shining with innocence. A galaxy of Hollywood favorites lead the way, including Jane Powell in the title role. Um, Neophyte scene-sired Elizabeth Taylor, foggy voiced Wallace Beery, and the Brazilian bombshell Carmen Miranda, making her MGM debut based on a very popular radio series. The Merry Musical follows the adventure of young Judy Foster. For Judy, going to the big school dance is a full-time job, and so is making a perfect hash of her friends and family's love lives. All with the best intentions, of course. The film's delightful score is highlighted by a raft raiser of a song, It's Most Unusual Day, and the comedy is in the capable hands of Barry and Miranda when she teaches him how to rumba. It's more Stan and Ollie than Fred and Ginger, and so much fun. So what you have here is kind of a teenage musical dance, not even coming of, yeah, I guess you could say coming of age film from, let me see, when did this movie come out? Let's see. So Dance with Judy came out in 1948, so you have a very young, um, cast that would probably go on to be adult actors in here. Like I said, Elizabeth Taylor's in the film. And this would be after she was in the movie Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet. She was in the movie National Velvet. Sorry, Blue Velvet, completely different movie. National Velvet, which is coincidentally also available from Warner Archive. I know I have it because I think I just put it on my shelf the other day. I've had that on DVD. I've had that on Blu-ray. It's one of the earliest roles of Elizabeth Taylor, and and I've always been a big fan of Elizabeth Taylor. One of my collecting goals is actually to get all of Elizabeth Taylor's films. So, you know, um, so I've got to get this movie, the A Date with Judy, even though she plays a minor role in it. Um, yeah, let me go over to Letterbox to get a better synopsis. That synopsis was all over the place. Um, and it's not really what the movie's about. It is and kind of isn't. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. A Date with Judy, 1948. Best friends Judy and Carol compete for the affection of an older man during their high school dance. As Carol tries to rekindle Judy's relationship with Carol's bumbling brother, Oogie, Judy suspects that her father is having an affair with a beautiful dance instructor. That's the Carmen Miranda character. The two girls team up to expose Judy's father, who is only taking innocent dance lessons. So, yeah, you can understand it's kind of a lighter comedy fare with some like teen drama in it. You know what I mean? Because they're dealing with, this kind of love triangle between two best friends and this older guy, which is kind of creepy and unsettling in hindsight. And Jane Powell and Elizabeth Taylor portray Judy and Carol, and they're best friends, and they're competing for this old affections of this older guy. So teen angst and drama ensue. To them it's everything, but obviously looking at it from an adult perspective, like, oh, just teenagers doing, being impulsive and dramatic for this because they're interpreting new feelings for the first time. Um, yeah, so it's a fine movie. It's not. I don't think it's great. It's a little long. It's about 113 minutes, so an hour and 53 minutes or so. But if you're a fan of Elizabeth Taylor and you want to see a younger role for her, then that this movie may be for you. But it's coming with a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, classic Tom and Jerry cartoon Professor Tom, MGM musical short Martin Block's musical merry-go-round short number 3, 2 audio-only episodes of The Date with Judy radio show Going to a Movie with Frank Sinatra, Oogie and his Hot Licks. Yeah, her brother's name is Oogie. Makes wild sense. Excuse me. Next we have The Citadel. The Citadel here says, typhoid, tuberculosis, cave-ins. Young Dr. Andrew Mason fights the ills that beset the overworked and forgotten people in poor Welsh mining towns. He is a resolute healer until the burdens of his struggle shatter his idealism. To the dismay of his wife, he opens a London practice tending to the pampered rich. Then tragedy forces his face to what he has become and what he has lost. Okay, this is very. So whoever's writing the copy for these it's very vague, and kind of beating around the bush here. So you got Robert Donat, Rosalind Russell, Ralph Richardson, Emily Williams, and Rex Harrison are in this film. I believe it's an MGM British film, one of the earliest productions from Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MGM British Studios. It also won the New York Film Critics Circle and National Board of Review honor for Best Picture. Interesting. So this movie here is about Robert Donat. He portrays a kind of a young ideal doctor who's starting out in in a Welsh mining town. And what he is discovering is that a lot of the miners all have a similar symptom that is probably being caused by inhaling all of the dust and this dirt and the stuff and that's in the mines. That's in the mines, if you will. All that stuff is toxic. It's chemical. We know that now. In modern day, it's like that. The idea of black lung and stuff like that was not really a concept back then. In when did this movie come out? Let's see, this movie came out in 1938. So we're talking about a 1930s mindset here. When it comes to, health and precautions and things like that. Not so much the way it was today or the way it is today. So he's kind of trying to formulate and trying to come up with this idea saying, you know, all of you, are getting these symptoms. All of you need to be more cautious. You need to probably go to a hospital to have to have this looked at and taken care of. And he's getting a lot of pushback because of that. He's also like performing experiments and testing out hypotheses about this diagnosis that he's working on. And he's getting pushback from that, pushback from the townspeople, because when it comes to any type of progress in our society, as we all know, people don't like change. People don't like change at all. People would rather everything stay the same, even if it's bad. They still like the bad if that's what is it exists. They don't like any change or anything like that. So he gets pushback from that. So he gets up out of there. I'm leaving this Welsh mining town. You people don't like what I'm doing. They're kind of like physically harassing him and like physically harassing his wife, all this kind of stuff. So he gets out of town, goes to London, starts his own practice, and his practice is just not successful. You know what I mean? It's hard to kind of start a practice from scratch, being a new doctor in town and all this kind of stuff. There's also a lot of bureaucracy when it comes to being a doctor. And he's getting pushback because of that. So one day he starts seeing patients that are hypochondriacs. They are taking their symptoms and he starts charging them for examinations more so than they should be charged for. And so he starts taking advantage of like the elderly, starts taking advantage of these people. And so he basically threw his morals aside to start making money. And of course, when you go down that road and you have regret because of that, things tend to happen. So that's what ends up going on. He begins feeling regret for going down that path. I thought it was a really fascinating movie. I thought it was a really good movie, to be quite honest. This is called The Citadel. I don't know why it's called The Citadel, but could have been a better title that would have been more fitting towards the subject matter. But that's interesting. But The Citadel is it comes with a new 4K restoration from the best preservation elements. So that basically tells me they don't have access to the original elements. You get what you can find essentially. You have classic short subjects: The Ship That Died, Strange Glory, classic cartoon, The Daffy Duck. I'm assuming that's a Daffy Duck cartoon. And then that's also coming out on June 24th. These are all coming out on June 24th. And yeah, that is it for Warner Archive. Their June titles, we've got Splendor in the Grass, His Kind of Woman, Executive Suite, The Enchanted Cottage, A Date with Judy, and The Citadel. All films from the late 1930s to 1961. So that kind of time frame. So that would be the classic, golden age of Hollywood time frame, which is all stuff that I really love. So to be honest, this whole slate for me is all stuff I want to get. It really is. But let's move on from there. Let's check if there are any comments before we move on. Let's see. Acres of Movies. Welcome, Acres of Movies. Acres of Movies says hello and thanks. You're welcome. Acres of Movies also says a good lineup here. It is a good lineup. Uh, if you check out the notes that are I believe below in the description here on YouTube, you see pretty much mostly everything we're going to be talking about here. Do you like Coach Carter? Can it get a special edition? The movie Coach Carter, the one with Samuel L. Jackson, is very good. I am surprised that hasn't received some type of special edition because it is a well beloved, well remembered, and referenced movie all the time. If you go on the internet, David James is one of my guys. He says go Celtics, while Acres of Movies says go Knicks. Oh boy, we got some conflictions here. But it's all in good fun. Speaking of which, I'll probably check the score right now. I hate checking the score in the middle of all this, but duty calls. So let's see. let's see what else we've got here. We've got um another slate of movies, obviously. Let's see, where do we want to go from here? Let's see. Let's go over to Imprint. Yeah, we'll go over to Imprint. So Imprint's slate is from. Let's see. They actually have two slates here, so we're going to be covering a lot here. This is their July releases, and they've got a slate of just 4K stuff. Um, so they're dipping more and more into 4K, but we'll get to that after we get to their regular slate here. So I may have to go over to their website because the Blu-ray.com, yeah, it doesn't tell me anything. Wow, this is pretty awful. They don't tell me. Blu-ray.com used to have a great setup for Imprint stuff. They would tell you all of the information, all of the releases, and right now they're not telling us anything. So let me go over to the Imprint website. See, I may just, yeah, I'll go straight from here. Let's see. Yeah, this would be their July of 2025 Imprint slate of releases. So we've got Blue/Fade In. We've got HUD. We've got This Property is Condemned. We have Track of the Cat, You Only Live Once, The Juggler, and Jetstorm. And then their 4K titles are Malcolm X, In the Heat of the Night, and Midnight Cowboy. Now, those 4K titles are all coming in a hardbox limited edition, collection. And what's interesting is that these are all movies that have already been released in 4K before. So chances are you probably have them already. So Malcolm X, I know, has already been released on Blu-ray and 4K by Criterion. I know that In the Heat of the Night has already been released in 4K by Kino and now Criterion. I think Criterion's 4K release just came out, actually. And then you have Midnight Cowboy. And now I know Midnight Cowboy has been released on Blu-ray by Criterion years ago. Let me check when that actually happened. Let's see, Midnight Cowboy came out on Blu-ray from Criterion in 2018. So it's been available for quite a while. This I believe will be its first. Yeah, this will be its first 4K release. Okay, its first 4K release. So that's good to note. So I don't really have to typically go over those three movies because I know all of us know those movies by this point. At least you should. I know I say that not everyone is a kind of a super cinephile like myself or others like me. But Midnight Cowboy, for those of you who don't know, I believe that's the John Schlesinger film. It's the movie that is the only rated X film to ever win Best Picture, starring Jon Voight as well as Dustin Hoffman. It's based on a book. And yeah, it's a gritty 1960s film about two lost souls in New York. I could definitely say that. Yeah, Jon Voight plays Joe Buck, who's this kind of young, dumb, idealistic guy who goes from like small town Southern country boy all the way up to New York, and he decides that he's gonna be a male prostitute. He's gonna be a stud. He's gonna be you get in the sex work game, if you will. But things don't quite go well for him in that regard. He kind of loses his way, doesn't know really what to do, and then he ends up kind of hooking up with Dustin Hoffman's character, who's this homeless individual who's known as Ratso. Um, Ratso Rizzo is his name. A sleazy small-time con man with big dreams. And they kind of just live together, and you kind of see the tumultuous and kind of downward trajectory of both of their lives. Now, this is a limited edition 3-disc hardbox. Also includes the 2022 feature documentary Desperate Souls, Dark City, and Legend of Midnight Cowboy. 1,500 copies only. That's the one thing when it comes to Imprint. They're still locked in and only doing like 1,500 copies like per release. So not a lot of this to go around. And we've been covering Oh goodness, we've been covering Imprint here on Chasing Labels since the very beginning, so they've been around at least 4 or 5 years, and yeah, they're still super limited, but you've got a new audio commentary by cinema author and critic Matthew Asprey. You got an audio commentary by Jerome Hellman, um, and that's on the 4K disc. The second disc is comes with that same new audio commentary. Then I think you get a bunch of featurettes that are all carryovers from various other editions. So I won't go through all that. But that third disc is the 2022 documentary, um, Desperate Souls, Dark City, and the Legend of Midnight Cowboy. So that's kind of key to this whole thing. So that is Midnight Cowboy in 4K, and then we got In the Heat of the Night, which another film I really don't need to go into too much, but it's a movie that is incredibly timeless. Oh, incredibly timeless. It's a movie that stars Sidney Poitier in one of his great roles. Let's see. Um, yeah, it's a movie that I've owned many times. I've owned it. So, like I said, there is a Criterion Blu-ray. There's now a Criterion 4K. There was a 4K with Kino. There was a regular Blu-ray that had come out years ago that I bought as well. It's been available on DVD a few times. It's man, In the Heat of the Night is, I think, a quintessential classic film that if anybody wants to start a classic movie collection, or wants to have a classic movie portion of their collection, I think In the Heat of the Night is one you gotta have in there. It's that important of a movie. It's that good of a movie. It's it's such a classic, quintessential classic film. Let's see, In the Heat of the Night. Yeah, I have the old, yeah. So, so many different editions. Um, I'm just looking at the different editions. Yeah, it's been available pretty much everywhere. Um, so yeah, let me look and see what we got here for special features for In the Heat of the Night. For those of you who don't know the premise of In the Heat of the Night, when a wealthy industrialist is found murdered in a small Mississippi town, Detective Virgil Tibbs and an experienced police officer from Philadelphia and local police chief Bill Gillespie are forced to work together to unravel the mystery, leading them on a line of inquiry that will challenge both of their preconceptions. This is a Best Picture winner at the Academy Awards. In the Heat of the Night, it is a powerful example of dignity and prejudice, spawning two sequels and a television series and becoming a staple of Hollywood that retains its longevity to this day. Basically, what I was just saying. Yeah. So we've got disc one, and it says here it's a new Dolby Vision / new HDR10. What is interesting is I was looking at the the previous 4K editions, and they're only available. Yeah, so the Kino edition didn't have HDR. Let me see if the Criterion edition does. I think the Criterion edition maybe had HDR10. Yeah, the Criterion edition just came out like last week. Yeah, so the Criterion edition does have. Oh, it doesn't have that either. Okay. Maybe I have to go to the Criterion website to actually double check on that. I could have sworn it had HDR10 as an HDR portion. Let me see. Let me go over to Criterion. See, they're actually Criterion's actually having a 30% off sale right now on their website. Okay, so yeah, no HDR. All right, so both the Criterion edition and the Kino edition, the 4K that is, did not have any HDR. Now, whether that means anything to you guys or not, whatever the case may be, but this new edition from Imprint will have both Dolby Vision and HDR10. So that is brand new. It's got an audio commentary with the director and the cinematographer and actors Rod Steiger and Lee Grant. Let's see, disc 2 audio commentary, the same one I just mentioned. um, and a bunch of other special features too, that I think are all carryovers from the various other editions. I won't get into that. There's more special features perhaps being added later. There's a booklet here as well, that comes with it. I think it's a booklet that comes with Midnight Cowboy too. But, it doesn't come with any of the sequels or anything like that, unlike the Kino release, which came with, I believe, the 2 sequels. The Criterion release is not coming with the sequels either. So you could still get, I think, the sequels on on Blu-ray from Kino. I think Kino still has the rights to those. The TV series, I'm not quite sure. I think there's a complete series of In the Heat of the Night, or I think it's at least on DVD. It's at least on DVD. I remember In the Heat of the Night TV series when it was on. I remember actually also when it was in syndication too. Starring it was Carol O'Connor in the Rod Steiger character. Um, but yeah, let's go move over to Malcolm X. Coincidentally, the other night at 2:30 in the morning, this was Sunday morning, 2:30 a.m. Sunday morning. Turner Classic Movies started playing Malcolm X, and it ran from like 2:30 in the morning to like 6 a.m. Super long movie. Um, well, maybe not 6 a.m., but pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. The movie is 201 minutes long. This is probably not Spike Lee's um, opus. This is probably his magnum opus, his biggest thing. Is this maybe his greatest film? I've talked a little bit about Malcolm X over the years here on Chasing Labels, but it may be his grand achievement, his masterpiece of a film. It is truly a visionary film. It is, of course, the biopic starring Denzel Washington of the civil rights leader, activist in Malcolm X. Um, yeah, it's in what a movie. What a movie. This is a movie you sit down and you take some time to watch and digest. This is getting a limited edition 3-disc hard box set as well. Disc 1 is the 4K. It's got a new audio commentary by film critic Odie Henderson, audio commentary by Spike Lee, and the DP Ernest Dickerson, editor Barry Alexander, and costume designer Ruth Carter, who's one of the greats. The second disc is a Blu-ray with those 2 audio commentaries, and then the third disc is just special features. Any Means Necessary, The Making of Malcolm X, new 150 locations and one hidden train, interview with production designer Wynn Thomas. There's a new special feature, White Devils, the cameos in Malcolm X, featurette including interviews with Karen Allen and David Patrick Kelly. Deleted scenes with intros by Spike Lee, and then there's archival interviews with Spike Lee and Denzel and Angela Bassett and a bunch of other people in there. But yeah, this movie's, like I said, it's been released a numerous amounts of times. I have an old Warner Brothers Blu-ray release that I've since upgraded to the Criterion 4K. There's a short here on Chasing Labels YouTube channel of me basically, swapping out my old Blu-ray for the new 4K from Criterion. Once again, I think one of the best films of the last 35 years, easily. Probably one of the best films of the 20th century, best films of the 90s. Any best of list that you can think of when it comes to movies, I think Malcolm X should be on it. It's really a magnum opus of a movie. Um, it's it's one of, like I said, Spike Lee's greatest films. Um, let's move on from there. We're gonna move over to the Jets, or just Jetstorm, not the Jetstorm, Jetstorm. So this is a movie called Jetstorm from 1959. Richard Attenborough is in this movie. Richard Attenborough, obviously from Jurassic Park fame, if you will. Directed by Cy Endfield, yes, who also directed the movie Sands of the Kalahari, which Kino is putting out a Blu-ray of, which I put on the list here, but we've talked about it before, but it's there. It's coming out. This is an edge of your seat nail biter, one of the earliest examples of aviation-based disaster movies. Very true. Okay. So, passengers on a transatlantic flight from London to New York discover that one of them is mentally unbalanced. Believing a fellow passenger is the hit and run driver who killed his child, he smuggles a bomb on board and intends to use it. Okay, so obviously, This is 1959, pre 9/11, pre-modern times where these type of attacks exist, where these type of events occur every day. These threats and these mass tragedies and all this kinds of stuff. So it's 1959. You got to put yourself into that mindset. This would be a very nail biter of a film, and this is before kind of also the thrillers of the 90s where we would get these types of situations all the time. Think of the movie Speed. You know what I mean? But obviously that's a bus, but you know what I'm saying. These type of situations where you're in uh a terrorist like situation essentially. So this is a movie that is dealing with that in a 1959 mindset, and the person who is the one who perpetrating this act or potentially perpetrating this act is Richard Attenborough, and all you get to see not only him but all the people on this plane and how they're reacting to it, how the captain's reacting to it, how the flight attendants are reacting to it, and how they're going about dealing with the situation. Um, and they're trying to deal with this person in various ways. Like, how do we talk with him, to reason with him, to get answers to where this bomb is? Or do we rough him up to get answers? Do we turn back? Do we find a place to land? Do we do whatever? What I mean, all of these various scenarios here. So the movie is very tenseful in that regard. And this movie is called Jetstorm. Yet again, an interesting kind of title for this type of movie. Granted, yeah, you're on a plane and it's a harrowing situation, but you do get a new audio commentary by film historians Joe Boding and Kim Newman, interview with film historian Sheldon Hall, and that is it. It does come with a limited edition slipcase, as these editions usually do. I don't even know where I put it. I was gonna. There it is. As they do, these little slip cases here. I actually have a few. I have a few imprint releases here on my couch. But as you can see here, they all come like this. They're all individually numbered. In the Bedroom is 391. If anybody cares. This movie Jetstorm is. What number are we? Jetstorm 437. 437. That's a lot of releases. That's a lot of releases. So, The Juggler, an interesting film considering the times in which we live in now. So Kirk Douglas stars as a survivor of the Holocaust in this chilling drama produced by Stanley Kramer and directed by Edward Dmytryk. So, two prominent names here that many of you probably know of: Stanley Kramer, both like writer, producer, director of politically charged films. Guess who's coming to dinner? Is one of his Judgment at Nuremberg. You know what I'm saying? Like politically charged films. That was kind of Stanley Kramer's bag at the time. And then Edward Dmytryk is more so known for kind of a genre director. He did a lot of like film noirs and dramas and stuff like that. I've talked about him so many times because a lot of his stuff is now getting released. But he directed The Caine Mutiny. If that's a film, that's the film starring Humphrey Bogart. But a once famous juggler who survived after losing his family in the Nazi death camps, Hans Mueller, who is Kirk Douglas, is just one of the thousands of refugees who have come to Israel following World War II. There he falls in love with Yael, a young farm worker who's committed to helping get the new Jewish state on its feet. Okay, that's not really what the movie's about. That's not at all what the movie's about in the least bit. Wow, I can't believe they kind of botched that synopsis. But yes, so the first part is true. Kirk Douglas plays a survivor of World War II, a survivor of the Holocaust camps. And obviously, if you know history, after World War II was the founding of Israel. Obviously, Israel being in the news today, being in the news constantly, pretty much throughout my lifetime, probably your lifetime, all this kind of stuff. It's a whole big political gamut. We obviously don't need to go into it right now, or or for the sake of what we do here on Chasing Labels. But so he's going there for the first time, but he has PTSD issues from what he experienced during World War II. losing his family, um, and all of this stuff. So he is he goes through these um, episodes of PTSD episodes, and one day he goes through it when he's confronted by a police officer, a law enforcement officer, and he accidentally attacks him out of fear, out of the PTSD moment, out of just, kind of out being out of sorts. And then he goes on the run. He goes on the run because it's kind of the only way he knows how to deal with it. So this movie is kind of dealing with him being on the run for what he's doing, dealing with PTSD, dealing with all that stuff. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, this must be a very harrowing, very dramatic film, and it is. And it is. And it's a film dealing with the delicate situations and all that kind of stuff. The main issue with it is that it's Kirk Douglas. Kirk Douglas, for me at least, is not really someone who you would put in the role to deal with those types of delicate, really personal, really, um, you know, deep issues. Kirk Douglas is a very aggressive actor. He's an actor who it can be incredibly highly volatilely emotional. I can't really see him a lot dealing with super subtle, deeply emotional, traumatic um things. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect here when it comes to that in this movie. And I can understand why they cast Kirk Douglas at the time. I believe it was the early 1950s, 1953. He's a big star. It is what it is. Obviously the case of whitewashing and all this kind of stuff. Obviously the case of using people who are not particularly Jewish or not, or maybe not particularly of a certain ethnicity or race or all that kind of stuff has been prominent throughout um, Hollywood's history all the way up to this day. So obviously those things are going to come with it all. But the movie for me is hitting on a lot of interesting themes, just not really done in, I think a way in which all of these themes and things should have hit, particularly at that time, and all of that. But it's not a bad movie, I think, in my opinion, but it's not particularly great. Um, let's see, and there's nothing here in the way of special features yet. So that is the movie called The Juggler. Also, not a great title. He is a juggler. He is a clown. Like at one point in the movie, he dresses up as a clown to entertain children, um, trying to like reconnect with his past and whatnot. It's a movie that's kind of all over the place in that regard. But yeah, also, I mean, the way they framed it here is that it's a romance film, and it kind of really isn't. Even the poster they use here is kind of a romance film, and it really also isn't either. So that's The Juggler. Let me check before we move on. Check some comments here. Um, let's see. Let's see. Bum. So Acres of Movies says, let's see. It has been a crazy month. I hope you're doing well, and thanks. It's been a crazy year in general. Um, I'm kind of constantly all over the place, so it's been a wild year in general. So Acres of Movie, well, Adam Schofield rather says, "No Highway in the Sky is a good example of an air threat, though it's more mechanical than by design." And Adam Schofield says, "You're right about Kirk." Yeah, you know what I mean? Because when I think of Kirk Douglas, I'm thinking of Spartacus. I'm even thinking of him in The Bad and the Beautiful. I just rewatched Ace in the Hole recently in that, which I guess is a more subtle film from him and a more emotional film from him. But he's always incredibly aggressive, even in that film incredibly aggressive as an actor. I guess that was his style. I mean, he was a Hollywood legend, so he made a career doing things like that. So who am I to say? Let's see here. So move on to the next. Actually, I'm gonna periodically turn my phone on and off here. Oh boy, not looking good. Oh boy. Let's see. That's fascinating. Yeah, so yeah. You only live once. I almost said you only live twice, which I think is a James Bond movie. Yeah, I think that's a James Bond movie. Coincidentally, all of the James Bond films, oh, not all of them, all of the Sean Connery Bond films are getting 4K releases now. There's going to be a whole box set of his films. of his James Bond films that are getting released soon. But that's more of a mainstream thing, so obviously we haven't been covering it here on Chasing Labels. Um, so You Only Live Once is a Fritz Lang film. So, renowned director Fritz Lang joins the Imprint collection with You Only Live Once, a 30s crime drama starring Sylvia Sidney and Henry Fonda. After a spell in prison, Eddie vainly attempts to gain acceptance in normal society. Only his wife seems to trust him. Wrongly accused of a crime, he kills a priest while trying to escape from the police. A manhunt begins. Coincidentally, I get this movie confused with other films that with similar types of titles. There's the one from Criterion, which I can't even remember what the name is. Let me go. Yeah, I have a Criterion tab up. What's the one from Criterion? It's not You Only. Isn't it Drive by Night or something? Hold on. No, I don't. I don't even remember. I know it's. Is it also Henry Fonda? Let me check. No, I'm just wait. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep looking. I can't remember what it's called. I can see. Thing is, I can see the cover in my head of the Blu-ray, and I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, Adam Schofield says something here about it as well. It says Adam Schofield, Paths of Glory is his most humane performance that I've seen. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that movie in itself, well, a lot of that probably has to do with Stanley Kubrick. I know Kubrick directed him in Spartacus as well, but I think the old adage with Spartacus is that I think Kirk Douglas ended up directing most of that movie because I remember there was production issues with that movie Spartacus, and that's when Kirk Douglas got Stanley Kubrick to come over to direct that movie. But I thought there was like an old maybe like IMDb trivia thing where things may have been also directed by Kirk Douglas in that movie. But I could just be making things up. You know, you hear things, sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. you really don't you really don't know. But back to You Only Live Once. Now, You Only Live Once does have a Blu-ray release already. This I do know, and I believe it's from Classic Flicks. Yes, Classic Flicks has a Blu-ray they released in 2017. I've been wanting to get that release for many years, and I just haven't. Classic Flicks has put out quite a few really good classic films. You know, hence the title of the label, Classic Flicks. And unfortunately, that release only has a commentary by film historian Jeremy Arnold. I want to see if this one here has that same commentary. It does not. Okay. That's kind of disappointing. It does have an audio interview with Fritz Lang recorded at the National Film Theater in 1962. Interview with George M. Wilson. And this is You Only Live Once film takes from a film in the making. Okay. It says more special features to come, so perhaps they could add the audio commentary by Jeremy Arnold. And also it says 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray. It may be the same exact transfer, the same exact picture quality as the one from Classic Flicks that we got here in 2017. My guess is that it is. I really don't know. But yeah, You Only Live Once is like a 1930s. Man, I haven't seen it in years. Hold on. Let me go to my letterboxd. You Only Live Once. Not figuring out what that Criterion movie is that I get confused with this one is gonna bother me. Let's see. Here we go. Here's a much better synopsis for You Only Lived Once. Based partially on the story of Bonnie and Clyde, Eddie Taylor is an ex-convict who cannot get a break after being released from prison when he is framed for murder. Taylor is forced to flee with his wife, Joan Graham, and baby while escaping prison. While escaping prison after being sentenced to death, Taylor becomes a real murderer, condemning himself and Joan to a life of crime and death on the road. So what you get here is two people on the run from the law. I remember seeing this movie many years ago. Let's see, when did I watch this? 2020 in August of that year. That's the one good thing about Letterboxd. If you forget when you watch things, make sure you log everything you watch. So you can go back. Um, let's see. Adam Schofield also says something. Says my prediction for James Bond to relaunch it in style: remakes of Doctor No, From Russia with Love, and Goldfinger by Fincher and Nolan, etc. Well, he said and all. Um, there's been rumors of Nolan wanting to do a James Bond film for years, even up until recently. Will they let him make his James Bond movie? I don't know. Um, I think he'd be a prime candidate to do it. I say that, but the Sam Mendes Bond movies, specifically Skyfall, is very similar to a Christopher Nolan film. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Sam Mendes based Skyfall after um after The Dark Knight. Like he kind of based that movie after The Dark Knight. There are literal moments of Skyfall that's the Batman story. Like I mean, I don't want to spoil things, but there's a shot in that movie of Daniel Craig's James Bond on top of a building, like overlooking London, and it's like this is the Batman, on top of a rooftop in Gotham overlooking Gotham City. Like it's literally kind of that. The Javier Bardem character is kind of the Joker. I mean, it's very similar. I've noticed this for years. It's very interesting. Yeah, Adam Schofield agrees with me. Skyfall is a Batman film. It's probably why I love that movie so much. I'm such a big Batman fan that that's probably why I love Skyfall so much. Like Mendes totally ripped off Nolan. Yeah, he definitely did. I mean, like even the backstory. I don't want to spoil things if you haven't seen Skyfall yet. Even the backstory that they get into in Skyfall for James Bond is a Bruce Wayne backstory. Like it's pretty dead on. It's pretty dead on. Oh man, I love that movie. I still haven't. I, s- I those movies got upgrades, right? Let me. I think they all got upgrades to 4K. I can't remember. I can't remember. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I think all the Daniel Craig films got 4K releases. They had to go back and redo, Casino Royale, um, and re-release Quantum of Solace, and then Skyfall had to get re-released, and then I think Spectre, and then the newest one, which I coincidentally have over here. Hold on. It's in it's in one of my stacks here. I have a stack of movies here next to me. This is gonna be completely off book here. I have a stack of movies just here on my completely eclectic. I have, I have Santa Sangre and I have No Time to Die next to each other. So there's the No Time to Die from when I bought it a few years ago. I just put it here on my couch and I haven't filed it away yet in my James Bond section. Um, I also have The Muppets Take Manhattan and King Kong next to each other as well. Just a random stack of movies. Most random stack you could possibly have. Um, but yeah, No Time to Die, the newest one. I don't know what they're gonna do with James Bond. Now that Amazon kind of has complete control of it, we will see. We'll see who they choose as director. We'll see who they choose as as the new James Bond actor. I would assume they go relatively young. I mean, because I'm pretty sure they want to franchise it, multiple movies, spin-offs, things like that. That would be probably what they're gonna do. Um, yeah, it does need an energy injection. It needs um Adam Schofield says it needs an energy injection after the last few. Yeah, it does. I feel like while I did while I liked the newest one, it was a fitting it was time to kind of, end this journey with this character, with this story, with this world, all that kind of stuff. And now it's time to kind of, I guess, give it a renewing, like they do with the Doctor Who's, what they do with the James Bond franchise in general. Get new life in there and see what they do. Um, now where do I put all this stuff? Let me go put this back. And hopefully that holds. Okay. But as we were saying, let me just go back to what I was saying with Imprint. So that's You Only Live Once. Next is Track of the Cat. Now, this movie duped me a little bit because right in front it says starring Robert Mitchum and Teresa Wright, two actors I really like. Robert Mitchum is only in this movie for not a lot of time. He doesn't do a lot of things in this movie. This movie's mostly kind of an ensemble film, but it's mostly a movie um, about the Tab Hunter character, who's not even featured here on the cover at all. So this is a 1950s Western starring Robert Mitchum, Teresa Wright, Diane Lynn. They don't even give Tab Hunter any love here either. Directed by four-time Oscar-nominated director William A. Wellman. William Wellman's one of my favorites of all time. William Wellman was a director who I believe worked from like the 20s into the late 50s. He is one of those directors who pushed the envelope so much in the pre-code era of Hollywood that they had to make the Hays Code, in part because of him. I've got a whole, where are you? I think this is it. Yeah, volume 3. So years ago, uh, TCM and Warner Brothers put out put out a couple of pre-code DVD sets. It's called Forbidden Hollywood Collections. They put out the first 3 in tandem with TCM, and then I think Warner Archive just put out a other volumes of this that you could only have gotten through their website. You can find them on Amazon now and stuff like that, but I believe those were like made on demand discs and stuff like that. But these were like in stores, these were legitimate releases, these were, press discs, all that kind of stuff. The reason why I'm holding up volume 3 here is because these are all William Wellman films in this set. These are all pre-code William Wellman films, at least I believe so. I should probably double check on that and not just flaunt things that I'm not even sure about. But I believe these are all, yeah. Yeah, it says disc 1 of this William Wellman movie collection features, yeah, these are all William Wellman films. Yep. So William Wellman doing stuff in the pre-code era, doing stuff afterward, pushing the envelope early on, creating that Hays Code. So I was super into seeing this movie because it's a Western with William Wellman and Robert Mitchum. Well, like I said, Robert Mitchum's only in this movie for a little bit. He's not in the whole thing. This movie was co-produced by John Wayne. It's called Track of the Cat. Now, you may be wondering, what does that mean? Well, with ranchers' cattle falling prey to the elusive killer cat, Kurt Bridges and his snowbound ranching family are forced to confront the beast to save the family's herd. So Kurt Bridges is the Robert Mitchum character. They're this family who kind of live in like this mountain ranch, and it's super snowy and super cold. It's in the middle of winter, but there's this like mountain lion that's killing their cattle, I think. And they're trying to figure out what to do about it. And Robert Mitchum's character is going to go out and hunt it. He's going to go out and hunt it down. So, like, and it's a treacherous trail. It's the mountains. It's freezing. It's in the middle of winter. Things are going to happen. So he goes off and does that. But meanwhile, it cuts back to what's going on with the family at home. Them worrying about what's going on with the Robert Mitchum character, them worrying about people who've gone out with him, them just kind of dealing with their own drama and their own stuff that they've got going on at home. And they're trying to figure out what to, and them just kind of like, it's like the interplay between the family. And one of the actors in there is a young Tab Hunter. Now, Tab Hunter is an actor probably many people may be aware of, may not be aware of. He was like a teenager. He was like a heartthrob at the time. And he was a heartthrob pretty much throughout the early part of his career. And there's a whole great documentary. Let me see if I can look it up on IMDb, called Tab Hunter, from a few years ago. And I think Tab Hunter just passed away recently too. Let's see. It's called Tab Hunter Confidential, which came out in 2015. The story of matinee idol Tab Hunter from teenage stable boy to closeted Hollywood star of the 1950s. So he was a gay closeted star of the 1950s, kind of similar to Rock Hudson, who was also that as well. And this documentary goes into his career and personal life and all kinds of stuff. A great documentary. I gotta see if it's available on disc. But it's a really good documentary. But Tab Hunter kind of had a fascinating career. But he is in this movie, and he's like a young guy dealing with like young romance type of stuff in this movie, and that's kind of a lot of what's going on in the movie is the people at home dealing with personal stuff. Meanwhile, there's large portions of the movie where Robert Mitchum is just out in the woods. You don't see him. You don't see him, and he's kind of like chasing this cat, and you never really see this mountain lion cat thing throughout the entire movie. And it's almost like the Moby Dick story, chasing the white whale. It's a fascinating movie. But audio commentary by director's son William Wellman Jr., actor Tab Hunter, and author Frank Thompson. That's pretty awesome. The making of Track of the Cat documentary, Robert Mitchum, the Reluctant Star, a documentary from 1991. Very cool. So it's a worldwide first on Blu-ray of Track of the Cat. These are all coming out in July, by the way. I always forget to keep track of those things. And then next here is something I'm so happy about. It's a movie called HUD, directed by Martin Ritt, starring my favorite actor of all time, Paul Newman. Stars Melvin Douglas. Patricia Neal is in the film as well. It's one of my favorite Paul Newman films of all time, and it's never been on Blu-ray. It has never ever been on Blu-ray. I've been waiting so many years. I have the old Paramount DVD that I bought. Oh goodness, I think I bought it back in 2014. There was a point back in 2014 where I was feeling pretty depressed, pretty low, pretty depressed, pretty low, and I needed to get myself something to get me out of it. It was a dark, rainy, like summer night, and I was doing what I usually do. I was going out movie shopping, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna finally buy Paul Newman's HUD on DVD. I need the movie. I don't have it yet. I've seen it a few times. I really, really want this movie. So I went and I bought it at Barnes and Noble. That was the place that had it at the time. And I've had it in my collection ever since. And it's always been associated with that for me. So I'm so glad that um it's finally getting released. And it's a movie that I feel is timeless. It's timeless because it's dealing with familial drama and generation gaps in familial dramas. What you have here is Melvin Douglas, who is like the patriarch of this family. Then you've got um, the younger Paul Newman character, he's kind of a wild child, bad boy, asshole guy. And then you've got a younger character in the film as well. So you've got these different generations in this one cattle family and how they're dealing with um situations, how they're dealing with each other, and there's going to be friction there. And Melvin Douglas is a great actor. He was so good in everything I've ever seen him in. Yeah, it's directed by Martin Ritt, who's directed the movie Norma Ray, which is a great film. But he's directed like Ombre, which also starred Paul Newman, which needs another Blu-ray release. Ombre got a Blu-ray release from the now defunct Twilight Time, and that's been out of print for years. Super expensive to get on eBay, but I've always kind of wanted that movie. I've had the DVD, but I wanted to upgrade it. But HUD is so good. Um, Nominated for 7 Academy Awards and winning 3, HUD stars Paul Newman as the titular bad boy cowboy, directed by legendary Martin Ritt. HUD Bannon, a young Texan rancher who lives with his cattleman father and his hero-worshipping nephew, is an amoral, cold-hearted creature when hoof and mouth disease shows up in one of the elder Bannon's cows. The rebellious HUD and his respectable father find themselves at odds with each other. Filmed on location in Texas, actors Patricia Neal and Melvin Douglas are also in the movie. Both won Oscars for their performances. This movie's amazing. Um, Acclaimed by critics and audiences alike on release, HUD is a must-see Western packed with conflict and startling cinematography. I thought Paul Newman should have won an Oscar for this film, but he didn't. Let's see what we got here for special features. New audio commentary by screenwriter and film historian C. Courtney Joyner and film historian and writer Julie Cargo. Interview with Ileana Douglas, actress and granddaughter of Melvyn Douglas. If you don't know who Ileana Douglas is, she she's the granddaughter, obviously, of Melvyn Douglas, but she's an actress. She was in um she was in Martin Scorsese's Cape Fear. She's been in a bunch of movies as well. But um she's really interesting to listen to when it comes to movies. She one time did did a talk about the movie Ride the Pink Horse, which got a Criterion release, and her talking about that movie is what got me to buy it. That's how kind of respected I felt that she talked about that movie, or I respected her enough to listen to her talk about that movie, which then convinced me to buy that movie. So that is interesting. We're getting some special features, some new special features for it. But yeah, I'm there is yeah. So it's a 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray. So when it comes to this release, how stoked I am about it, I'm gonna wait. I'm going to wait because, in typical fashion, when Imprint announces a release that is from the Paramount catalog, like HUD is, Kino will announce their release relatively soon afterward. They will announce quite possibly a 4K release of HUD. So I will wait to see if that happens. I know recently that there was a screening at the TCM Film Festival in Los Angeles of a new 4K restoration of HUD. So I know that there's a new 4K restoration out there somewhere. For it to make its appearance on disc, we will wait. So I'll be patient. I will be patient. And so I will wait on that, and there may be some exclusive special features to that and all of that. So I will wait on that. I'll wait eternally for Paul Newman. Um, so let me check the score and oh boy, oh brutal. Celtics lost. Oh, my week is ruined. So let's see what else we've got here because that was HUD, and then next we've got Blue and Fade In. So this is a two film edition here. So we've got a double feature of two films that both connect with each other in a way. So let's see. Blue and Fade In were filmed in tandem in Utah in 1967, sharing sets, locations, and even actors. The two films are distinctly unique yet make for a fascinating double bill. Burt Reynolds and Barbara Loden star in Fade In, where the enormous production of a Western film entwines the two together on a tumultuous romantic journey. See behind the scenes as the real Western film Blue is shot. With a real Western film Blue is shot, starring Terrence Stamp, Carl Malden, and Joanna Pettit. Directed by Silvio Narazano, in Blue, a young man must choose between a life as a Mexican bandit or fleeing with the woman he loves. So I have seen Fade In. I did not like that movie at all. It was so. Please excuse me if I didn't have the most enthusiasm when I see that it's getting another Blu-ray release. But what's kind of cool about this is that it's getting released along with the film in which the movie is set in, or where the plot is set in. For example, in the movie Fade In, it's about this relationship between the Burt Reynolds character and Barbara Loden's character, who is an actress in the film. So you see parts of the making of Blue in fade in. Like they go to set, you see the actors doing takes, you see the director of the movie, you see certain things. So then but with this release, you also get that movie that's being made in this other movie together. So watching them back to back would be kind of interesting. I never want to see the movie fade in ever again. The movie was such a, how do I say it? It was such a movie where I felt nothing from it. It's supposed to be a romance film. It's supposed to be a whirlwind romance. It's supposed to feel this connection between these two characters, these two actors, and I just did not feel it at all. So it made me feel so distant from the movie. It made me not care about what was going on in the movie. And so when Kino announced that they were putting it out on Blu-ray, which I believe they already have, um, I kind of derided the movie. Yeah, and I kind of feel the same way about it now as well. It's a movie that I think notoriously, uh, the people working in it didn't really like working in it. Like Burt Reynolds and Barbara Loden, I don't think got along while making the movie. They didn't look favorably upon it afterward at all. I think the movie was actually held for many, many years and then shown on TV by Paramount or by like CBS in the 70s. So it's a movie that kind of just sat on the shelf for years. The movie fade in. But with this release, you got a new audio commentary by film historians Daniel Kramer and David Del Val, new audio commentary with actors Stathis Gaius, Galea, sorry, Gialalis. I cannot pronounce that at all. And that is on Blue. Those are the special features on Blue, this is its worldwide Blu-ray premiere. And then you get Fade In. And then Fade In has a new audio commentary with film historians Nat Sagaloff and Daniel Kramer. Interview with producer Judd Bernhard by writer-director Jeffrey Friedman. But you do get a third disc. Now, this is interesting. This is why this also makes this a unique release, too. Cruel, Usual, Unnecessary, The Passion of Silvio Narizano, feature documentary. Film historian Daniel Kramer is your tour guide through an obscure, perplexing body of work, heretofore ignored and often unfairly shunned. Cruel, Usual, Necessary, The Passion of Silvio Narizano is an essay documentary of discovery. So what you get here is a documentary film by Daniel Kramer, whose name you've probably heard on many a special feature, many a time, that I believe is making its disc premiere on this. And you get a video introduction by documentary filmmaker Daniel Kramer himself, special remembrance of Silvio Narizano by film director Peter Medak, deleted sequences, extended interviews with various people. So that's kind of a cool documentary about the director of Blue, which is fascinating to me. So yeah, this is getting a pretty deluxe release. And then that's it. That is it for July of Imprint. You're getting 3 4K editions of Midnight Cowboy, In the Heat of the Night, Malcolm X. You're getting Blu-ray releases of Jetstorm, The Juggler, You Only Live Once, Track of the Cat, Property is Condemned, HUD, and Blue/Fade In. I know I didn't talk about The Property is Condemned. Really quickly, it's a movie starring Natalie Wood and Robert Redford, and it's a romance film, a drama romance film that was adapted by Francis Ford Coppola from a play by Tennessee Williams. It's really good. I've seen the movie. Just trust me on this. It's a really great film, directed by Sidney Pollack, who is kind of an underrated director. So it's a movie that I highly recommend. If you're fans of any of those people, you need to see This Property is Condemned. It's a really good film. There's a new audio commentary by filmmaker Jillian Wallace Horvat on here. There's a retrospective career interview with Sidney Pollack. There's a tribute to Natalie Wood by Peter Bogdanovich. There's an interview on Natalie Wood with author Gavin Lambert. So This Property is Condemned. I think it's making its worldwide first on Blu-ray as well. I would also maybe wait to see if Kino's putting this out too. I got a feeling this has Kino written all over it. So perhaps you may want to wait on that. But that is it from Imprint. Let's move on now. Let's move on to something else. Let's see some comments here. My favorite Paul Newman is The Verdict, but it's a hard choice. Also, Nobody's Fool. I don't disagree with that. Adam Schofield. Those are two great films. Acres and Movies says, "Do you want executive suite streaming series adaptation? That would be kind of cool, considering in modern times." Yeah, that would actually kind of work. It feels like a movie that is incredibly modern in its perspective. I like that idea. Um, so Adam Schofield also asked, "What's your favorite Edgar Wright film?" Shaun of the Dead. Sure, yeah, Shaun of the Dead makes sense. Um, I know it's his first film. If you haven't seen the series that he did beforehand, I would also recommend that. Spaced is really good. There's a DVD release of that. I would love if that would get a Blu-ray re-release. It doesn't kind of need it. It's like an early 2000s British TV series. So I don't know how much more higher quality you could get than DVD out of it, but you never know. I do really like probably his most rewatched film for me is Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. I watched that movie obsessively in the early 2010s after it came out. Um, Baby Driver's good. Last Night in Soho, which is his most recent film, is good. I know he's working on his newest film now, The Running Man, a new Running Man adaptation from the Stephen King story. I'm curious to see how that's going to look. I'm a big fan of Edgar Wright. I'm a big fan of Edgar Wright. I like his style. He's a super cinephile too. If you haven't seen his video of him going into the Criterion Closet, check it out. He talks about Eyes Without a Face. He talks about Don't Look Now. Super cinephile. His collection must be massive at this point. I would love to see what his collection looks like. So let's see. Where are we moving on from Imprint? Let's see. Let's go to Radiance. Right on. Our buddies from Radiance. Like I just mentioned earlier, I just got a new Radiance release in Shinobi, the volume 1 box set. Let's talk about volume 2. Simply because I haven't seen any of the movies. So I don't have to go over too much. So Shinobi, I haven't seen the movies in Shinobi volume 1. Hence why I didn't watch 3 more perspe- 3 more spectacular tales of ninja action in this continuation of the hugely influential series. This time, Reizo Ichikawa stars as Mist Seizo, a ninja with a grudge who won't rest until he has assassinated the supreme leader of the Tokugawa shogun. Directed by 3 of the Daiei Studios' top period action specialists, these films feature epic battles, ingenious spycraft, and thrilling ninja fights. So the 3 movies are Siege, um, The Return of Mist Seizo, and The Last Iga Spy. Those are the 3 films. So let's see quickly here. In Siege, Raizo Ichikawa is Miss Saizo, the legendary folk hero and Iga ninja. Working in the service of warlord Yukamura Sanada, he plots to assassinate Shogun Ieyasu Tokugawa, but finds himself facing the might of the nation's supreme ruler. In Return of Miss Seizo, our black-clad hero continues his mission to avenge his master even after Ieyasu has abdicated from the throne. Little spoiler alert from the first film. Told as one continuous story, these 2 films weave their ninja action in and out of Japanese martial history, featuring epic battles, ingenious spycraft, and thrilling fight scenes. In The Last Iga Spy, Miss Saizo's son Sasuke takes his father's name and mission. He is recruited by a rebellious warlord to assist a plot to overthrow the government, but the shogun hires a rival ninja clan to thwart the uprising. There you go. Um, let's see what we got for special features. High definition transfers of each film, made available on Blu-ray for the first time outside of Japan. That's pretty awesome. Uh, let's see, uncompressed mono PCM audio, new interview with Japanese period film historian Taiichi Kasuga, new interview with ninja film scholar Mance Thompson, select scene audio commentary on Siege by Tom Mess, and then just a trailer, and then you get like 6 postcards and stuff like that. So I assume it's going to be exactly like this set here. I held this up earlier, talked about it earlier at the beginning of the show. If for those of you who didn't see it, um, here it is again. Here it is again. For those of you listening at home, it's the Shinobi Volume 1 box set, although it doesn't say Volume 1, but it's now Volume 1, which has Assassins. What does it have on it? It says Band of Assassins, Revenge, and Resurrection. So the new set's going to be exactly the same as this one here, just with I think it's a red and black cover. No, black cover with a black cover. Um, yeah. So that is Shinobi Volume 2 box set. Let's see. There was a comment here I wanted to address. Let's see. Yeah, Martin B said, "I love Hot Fuzz." I've seen Hot Fuzz in the theater. Um, yeah, I think I've seen Hot Fuzz in the theater. I saw um what is it? The World's End? I think it's The World's End. I saw that in the theater, and I saw Baby Driver in the theater. I didn't see Last Night in Soho in the theater. Um, but yeah, Edgar Wright films are really fun on the big screen. Hot Fuzz is, I think, criminally underrated. That movie is so great, so rewatchable. Um, so cool. You can go to like the movie locations where they shot some of the scenes nowadays in England. It's really fun. It's really cool. I've seen people go to like where they shot like the church scene and stuff like that and whatnot. Um, Adam Schofield says, if I had money, Radiance would have my most blind buys. We should encourage blind buys anyway. Spent a lot of money that way. Same thing here. As it is, like I said earlier, this set is from a year ago. Just gives you a sense of how far back in time I'm going when it comes to picking up Radiance releases. I'm still picking up stuff they put out in 2023, their first year in existence. I'm still picking up like their first year run of releases because every single month, like clockwork, boom, they've got like 4 or 5 releases, and they'll tell you that they're coming every single month. They've got a well-oiled machine there. It is tough to keep up. These Some of these releases aren't cheap, depending on where you find them. Some of them you've got to import, or some of them you got to wait until the stores here import them for you, to save on shipping and stuff like that, and currency conversion. Um, but yeah, all the releases are really good too. They're so good. I have a bunch of them next to me, just tons of them. I've got to organize them. I keep keeping up with the ones I'm missing. Keep adding every month, to the ones I'm missing. I just picked up. Where is it? Oh, right here actually. I forgot to show this off. A Man on His Knees. Oh, did I show this off last time? I may have, but A Man on His Knees is one I showed off. I got recently. This is number 81. Um, and the releases are numbered. So this is number 81, and this Shinobi box set is release 54 and 55. So it gives you a sense of just how many they have so far. This is like I said, their third year of existence. Let me move on from there to um so a movie I didn't get to see. I tried looking for it and I just could not find it. It's not streaming anywhere. That's another thing when it comes to Radiance. A lot of their stuff is not streaming anywhere. It's not even really available on disc in most places, or ever. And you're kind of just waiting for these releases to come out, which is both good and bad. You know what I mean? It's good because you're discovering new things. It's stuff that's never been put out before, as opposed to some other companies that just keep putting out, the same movies over and over again. That's more of a mainstream thing. But it happens in the boutique world too. You know what I mean? But with Radiance, a lot of their stuff is stuff that's never been released before, for the most part. And this movie called Through and Through is one of them. So Jan and Maria become a couple in 1930s Krakow. Jan tries to get a job as an architect but fails. They struggle with poverty and extreme humiliation. Their attempt to survive leads to a desperate crime. Remarkably filmed with precise close-ups and fragmented sound design, creating a sense of unnerving dissonance. Through and Through was enthusiastically received on release and premiered at the Cannes Film Festival, where it was compared to Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Okay, if we're comparing things to Dostoevsky and Crime and Punishment, it's not going to be a light film to watch. Okay, if we're doing that, Dostoevsky is pretty high literature here. But Radiance is proud to present boy, I can't pronounce this. Zagor's Krolowski's film on, oh boy, It may be Krolashevsky's film on Blu-ray for the first time in the world. New 2K restoration supervised by cinematographer Bogdan Zaworski. Uncompressed mono PCM audio. New interview with critic Michael. I can't pronounce his last name. I'm not even gonna try. Oleszek. Three short films by Zigor's Groleshik. I can't. This is brutal here. Everyone gets that way. Everyone gets what they don't need from 1966. Brothers from 1971. Don't Cry 1972. Reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork by Time Tomorrow. Yeah. And of course, there's a booklet. There's booklets in all these releases. If you know Radiance by now, they always include booklets. But this is a movie, like I said, unfindable to watch, but probably fascinating to see. Sounds very harrowing. That is the movie called Through and Through. Excuse me. Next, we have a double feature of The Inquisitor and Deadly Circuit. So, The Inquisitor and Deadly Circuit, a director with dark sensibility comparable to Chabrol, Claude Miller made these two twisty polars French police noir films with Michael Serrault, showcasing the actor in stunning performance alongside stars including Lino Ventura and Isabella Gianni. In The Inquisitor, cops Gallienne, Ventura, and Belmont interrogate Martinold, a wealthy lawyer, for the crime against two young girls. The investigation becomes further complicated when his wife, who's portrayed by Romy Schneider, gives her statement, a gripping and thrilling with intense performances. The Inquisitor was a critical and commercial success on release, nominated for 8 César Awards, winning Best Screenplay and Acting prizes for Serrault and Marchand. So this movie was remade in the year 2000 as the film Under Suspicion. The movie starring Gene Hackman and Morgan Freeman. Sorry, Gene Hackman, Morgan Freeman, Monica Bellucci's in that film, as well as Thomas Jane. And so they took the premise of this film and remade it in Under Suspicion with Gene Hackman in this role. But in that film, I believe he's a politician, not a lawyer. So it's basically someone who's been accused of 2 serious crimes that are connected, and they start interrogating him. And it starts off slow and calm and cordial, and then slowly escalates and escalates and escalates as new information comes to light. It's the same way in Under Suspicion, which I talked about because I believe someone gave it a Blu-ray release. I want to say Kino or somebody, and that's basically the premise of both films. And things get pushed and pushed and pushed, and things get explored and explored and explored. Twists and turns happen to the point where you as an audience member are like, well, did this guy commit these crimes? Did he not commit these crimes? It's very suspicious. So you're playing along. You're very engaged with this movie. The same thing with Under Suspicion. Yeah, it's really, really good. Very tenseful, very dramatic, and you know what I mean? It's ripping open like personal backstory, personal wounds, personal, things you may not want out in the light. It's really good kind of a police procedural from that perspective. It's all done in French. The connection here to Claude Chabrol is because the inspector Gallienne, who is what's his name? Oh, what's the actor's name? Lino Ventura. So Lino Ventura was in a lot of the Claude Chabrol films of the 80s. I have the box set. It's all the way up there. Arrow put out their box set of this detective guy who is like kind of it was like Capovin and some other stuff like that. Let me look this up because this stuff bothers the heck out of me. Let's see. Let me go to where are you? I know it's in my Letterboxd diary somewhere. Why are you not here? I hate when you're looking for something and you can't find it. You know why? It's because I believe it's... here it is, The Inquisitor. Yeah, there's a different title for the Inquisitor. So if you look up the Inquisitor on like IMDb, it's gonna come up. I think it's like the Questioning or something. It's gonna have a different title, but this actor, Lino Ventura, he plays just like a detective in many things. He was in, let's see, he was actually in the movie Last Known Address, which is getting a Blu-ray release, which is a really good underrated film in my opinion. But he was in, why are these not showing up? Because I scrolled too far down. See what happens when you do this thing on a fly. I thought he was in those movies. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But anywho, he was in Elevator to the Gallows. He was in Army of Shadows, which is the great Jean-Pierre Melville's film from 1969, another film that's dealing with uh interrogation. It's dealing with interrogation. You've seen the cover of that Criterion. I'm pretty sure you have. It's like it's someone basically like tied to a chair being interrogated. It's a great film about, I believe, the French Resistance. But I thought he was in those Claude Chabrol films. It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go get that box set. So there are two Claude Chabrol box sets that Arrow has put out with beautiful artwork by, I believe, our friend Tony Stella. So this is the one Lies in the Seat, and I for some reason thought that he was the Inspector Lavardin. I thought he was that. I thought he was the actor, but I don't think it's him. But either way, it very much feels like this film here, The Inquisitor, would fit within like a Claude Chabrol. Like if you're watching like a sense of 1980s like French films, I feel like it would fit right in this. This is a beautiful set. This set is so cheap now, and it's the second volume is also really cheap. That I got to get the second volume before it disappears or something. But yeah, our friend, I think Scott Saslow worked on this box set as well. I think he did the layout and things like that for it too. But it's a beautiful set. I keep it on the shelf. Um, yeah, you know what? Adam Schofield says it kind of way better than I could. Lino was like the French George C. Scott, very much giving George C. Scott vibes, very much in that. Um, yes, yeah, and then he also said "Man on His Knees" is one I would love to watch. I actually haven't even seen it yet. Where did I put it? Not even. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I haven't even watched it yet. I was watching so much stuff for the podcast that I didn't even get to see it yet. Um, but let's see. Let's see. Where was I? Lost my place. So that's the Inquisitor. Very good. And then we've got. Let's see. And so let's see. Ba-bum. So yeah, the person. Yeah, so the person that they're investigating, like the actor who plays the wealthy lawyer that's being accused of these crimes, that same actor returns in Deadly Circuit as a private. This time, he's the private investigator who becomes obsessed with the target of his investigation, a murderer who is portrayed by a Johnny. What's her first name? All right, my mind is completely. Yeah, it's Isabel Anjani, who was in the movie Possession. Sorry. So returns in a Deadly Circuit, who he follows across Europe as she moves from one victim to another. Switching gears to pitch black humor, this wild crime film features both leads on top form alongside a stunning supporting cast, including Stéphane Audrin, Masha Merrill, Sammy Frey, and Jean-Claude Brialy, among others. This is a 4K UHD release. Forgot to mention that. So this is them getting into 4K UHD format again, and this is like a 4K. It's a 4K UHD double feature, which is kind of cool. But I've talked about Deadly Circuit before because somebody else is putting this out, and I got to see who it is. I can't remember if it's a. Oh, boy, okay. Yeah, someone. Oh, you know what? Someone released a DVD, Blu-ray of this in 2024. Kino put Deadly Circuit out on Blu-ray in 2024 in October. That's when I must have talked about it last year. Because I know I've seen this movie. Because I've seen this movie. I've talked about it here on Chasing Labels. But now there's a 4K UHD edition of it coming out, along with another one of the director's films as well. So I'm glad I kind of waited. I'm glad my hesitancy waited because that release only has a commentary by Daniel Kramer, and that is it. So that Kino release only has that commentary. Let's see what we got here for special features. Like I said, 4K UHD and Blu-ray presentation. Let's see, Blu-ray, 3-disc edition, original uncompressed mono audio, success story, a documentary on the making of the Inquisitor. You get an interview with the director, Claude Miller, an appreciation of the film by filmmaker Patrice Leconte, reverse short, a TV episode on crime fiction featuring Claude Miller and a bunch of people, actually. Wow. Audio commentary on Deadly Circuit by critic Rachel Nisbet, a documentary on Deadly Circuit featuring co-screenwriter Jacques Audiard, a hypnotic fascination and interview with filmmaker Philippe Leguay, and that's it. So tons of special features on here, but you don't get that audio commentary for Deadly Circuit by Daniel Kramer. That will be missing. That will be missing because I think it was exclusive to Kino. But you get, of course, a limited edition booklet like you usually get. That's going to be a nice release. And this is coming out. Where are these coming out? August? Yes, August. Yeah, they're already in August. I can't even think of summertime right now. Oh boy. So that is it actually. So only 4 releases? No, 5. Sorry, I forgot one. 5 releases. We're not done yet. Senso. This is Luchino Visconti's Senso. Now, for those of you who are longtime Criterion fans, you know that this movie has already been released on Criterion on DVD and Blu-ray as well. So this has seen the light of day. This movie is probably well known to cinephiles. I know I've seen it. I know it's a big movie for Martin Scorsese. If anything, he does an intro on it, which I think is here as well. I'm just going to bring it up since I have the Criterion website open on a tab. Let's see what they've got cooking over here. This Blu-ray came out a while ago. This is number 556 in the Criterion collection. Granted, they're over 1,000. They're over 1,000 now. Let's see. Let me move over to Senso. So, on the eve of the Third Italian War of Independence, Countess Livia Serpira, who is Alida Valli, who is in The Third Man, anxiously conspires to make revolution happen. Following a chance encounter at the opera, she begins an affair with Franz Mahler, who is Farley Granger, who was in obviously Hitchcock's Rope and a couple of other films. That leads me to something, actually. So remember that movie I was talking about earlier from Criterion that I couldn't remember the name of? I think Farley Granger's in it. So I may get my redemption. Here. So let me look up Farley Granger on Criterion. And I did. They Live by Night. That's the movie I could not remember. When I was talking about You Only Live Once, They Live by Night is a movie that I confused with You Only Live Once because it's a similar premise of two people on the run. Yeah, and They Live by Night is directed by Nicholas Ray. And it's another kind of, it's a film noir. Yeah, and it's another movie where somebody was in prison and now he's out of prison. Now he's also on the run from the law and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So They Live by Night and They Only Live Once. It would be a good double feature together. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. But Senso, also starring Farley Granger, who is a charismatic lieutenant in the occupying Austrian army, who sent her rebellious cousin Marches Roberto Usoni into exile as her feelings for Franz intensify. Livia's moral compass wavers. Based on Camillo Balto's novella, Alida Valli and Farley Granger shine in this masterful period melodrama about the lust and deception. Senso is widely regarded as among director Luchino Visconti's best work and was nominated for the Golden Lion at the 15th Venice International Film Festival. There you go. There you go. That is Senso, and I believe it's 2K restoration of the film, uncompressed mono, PCM mono soundtrack, the Wonton Countess, the alternate English language version presentation of the film with newly transferred audio, Luchino Visconti, Life as in a Novel, a documentary on Visconti's life and career, archival interview with Luchino Visconti, new interview with critic and fashion historian Matteo Oghello, reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork by Time Tomorrow. Interesting. It does not have. Hold on. Let me go back on the Criterion because I thought it's got the Wonton Countess. It's got a Mickey of Senso. Yeah. So you don't get the same special features. There's some that cross over. Actually, let me see. You get the Wonton Countess does cross over. I'm not sure if the making of documentary is the same. There is a new interview here on the Radiance release. To be honest, I'm probably gonna get both. I may actually have Senso in my collection, and I don't even realize it, to be quite honest. It's one of those movies that I always see at the Criterion sale, or I used to always see at the Criterion sale. It's a movie I've known of for many years. I may already have it in my collection in my Visconti section. I don't have a lot of Visconti's films because he's one of those directors that I still need to dive into. A lot of his stuff I've got to get and I've got to watch. I have The Leopard, which is a super long movie that I haven't seen. Yeah, so I it's one of those where I may already have it. I don't know. But if I'm gonna get every Radiance release, I'm probably gonna get this one too. Yeah, for some reason I thought there was a Martin Scorsese introduction, but there isn't on either release. But Adam Schofield says Farley Granger, Fab, and those Hitchcocks, Stranger on a Train, Robert Walker was a troubled man, died in a police cell, a little bit suspicious. Yes, I do know that. Yeah, very odd. Very odd. But let's see. That is it for Radiance. So Radiance has the Inquisitor and Deadly Circuit double feature on both Blu-ray and 4K. It's got the Shinobi Volume 2 box set on Blu-ray, which I think it's Region A and Region B. Through and Through on Blu-ray, which is also Region A, B, and C, so Region 3, I guess. And I'm guessing Senso is Region B. Yes, Senso is Region B because Criterion has the Region A rights. So that is it for Radiance for August. That is their August stuff. If you want to know the next announcement they're going to have, it's going to be June 4th. So June 4th will be the next announcement of Radiance titles. It says it right on their website. So let me see where else we're going now. I guess we'll go over to Kino, but I think Kino I'm just going to run down because I've still got to do the releases of Vinegar Syndrome. So I want to obviously save some time for that. Let me move over to that. I got to check one more thing here before I move on to Kino. There were a couple of Kino releases that I put in the thing. And then so that's an interesting so Kino, let me get up their webpage actually. So there's some stuff I put on the list that I'm kind of going to gloss over, but there's just so much stuff. So first up here is the movie Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill is coming out June 24th. This is a blaxploitation film. At least I believe it is. Yes. So let's see. Pray you never cross a woman out for revenge and her squad of zombie hitmen. When a black nightclub entrepreneur gets taken out by the mob, his girlfriend Sugar Hill, Marky Bay, calls upon the voodoo high priest Baron Samdi to summon up the undead to carry out an unholy plan for revenge. Packed with horror, action, and loads of 70s funk, Sugar Hill will slay you. Also starring. Hold on. Let's see. Also starring Robert Quarry, who was in the movie Madhouse. This is Kino Cult number 32. Obviously, it sounds very much like a Kino Cult title. It's got a new audio commentary by film historians Howard S. Berger, Steve Mitchell, and Nathaniel Thompson. Audio commentary by director Paul Maslansky. Interview with actors Don Pedro Colley, Richard Lawson, Charles Robinson, and director Paul Maslansky. I haven't been collecting any of these Kino Cult classic releases, so please, for those of you who have, tell me how they are. Granted, I'm assuming they're very similar to, regular Kino releases. Obviously, the films being, more kind of outlandish and cultish. That I do know because I've been watching several of them. Oh, running out of soda. Let's see. I'm spilling stuff here. I don't want to have a stack of movies next to me. I want to make sure I don't spill anything on them. So I've got, coincidentally, some Vinegar Syndrome stuff next to me. But let's see. So that is Sugar Hill Kino Cult number 32. Next, we've got something that's as far away from a Kino Cult title as you can get. This is a Western directed by George Stevens. Classic all-time Western. I actually have my old Blu-ray here. I took it out of my George Stevens section, and this is Shane. Shane is getting a 4K UHD release from Kino, coming out July 15th. 2-disc edition. First disc is the 4K UHD, brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of a 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by author film historian Alan K. Rhodey, writer of the forthcoming monograph Shane, a Real West series book from the University of New Mexico Press. Audio commentary by George Stevens Jr., production assistant and son of the late director/producer George Stevens, and associate producer Ivan Moffat. Damn, that's a lot just on that disc. And then on the second disc, you get all of that. And I think that's it. Yeah, you just get that same. You get the 2 audio commentaries, but that other special features are on. It's just the 2 audio commentaries. That's it. Yeah, just the 2 audio commentaries. And this old released here has that same audio commentary. So this is the old Blu-ray release from many, many moons ago at this point. 2013 is when this came out. Paramount put this out in 2013, and it has that same commentary with George Stevens Jr. And associate producer Ivan Moffat. So that was the only thing that was on here. So I'm glad to upgrade it. If you're not familiar with Shane, it's a good Western, really good Western starring Alan Ladd. And yeah, Alan Ladd is in this. Jack Palance is in this. And yeah, let me just read the back of this. Acclaimed director George Stevens' legendary rendition of the quintessential Western myth earned 6 Academy Award nominations and 1 win, and made Shane one of the classics of American cinema. The story brings Alan Ladd, a drifter and retired gunfighter, to the assistance of Homestead family, terrorized by a wealthy cattleman and his hired gun, Jack Palance. In fighting the last decisive battle, Shane sees the end of his old way of life, mysterious, moody, and atmospheric. The film is enhanced by the intense performances of its splendid cast. So you get Alan Ladd as kind of this man wrestling with his past as a notorious gunfighter, or as a really good gunfighter, and he wants to kind of put the past behind him. But once again, circumstances dictate that he's got to bring out his old skills, bring out his old ways, because the family that he's staying with needs his help. And I believe the family is Van Heflin and Jean Arthur, portrayed like the mother and father in that family. There's a young son in here who actually won an Oscar for his performance. The young character, the young actor, I mean, and I'm kind of baffled to this day that he won an Oscar because the kid is kind of annoying. He's kind of annoying. He's constantly badgering Shane because he looks at Shane as this big grand Western cowboy hero. So he's constantly just like badgering him and whatnot. And it's like, oh, I kind of get it, but he is kind of annoying. It is what it is. But Shane is a great Western. If you love Westerns, if you want to get into Westerns, it's really good kind of a thinking man's Western film. Um, um, that would be um, probably be something that if you need like an intro to like Western genre, Shane I would put on there. If you want something that's not so much, you know, like an action film, but more of a drama, Shane would definitely be in there. If you've ever seen the film Logan, the film starring Hugh Jackman, they watch Shane in that movie because Logan is kind of like Shane, where he's trying to put the past behind him, trying to deal with his past. The movie is very much on the nose metaphor for Logan being Shane in that movie. Just a little modern day connection. That but yeah, so if you're into that, when is that coming out? Did I say July? Yeah, July 15th. That's definitely something to look forward to. There's this movie called America 3000, which is kind of a futuristic film made in the 80s. I don't know anything about it. It just is coming soon on Blu-ray, brand new HD master from a 2K scan of Interpositive. I know nothing about this movie. But the next movie I know a lot about because it's kind of a cult favorite of mine, and that's The Phantom. The Phantom, starring Billy Zane, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Christy Swanson, the late Treat Williams, James Remar is in the film. Um, man, when I was a kid back in 1996, 9 years old, I was taken to the theater by my uncle to watch The Phantom. Um, and this movie has stuck with me ever since then. Like I said, 9 years old, impressionable age. When you're at that age, you don't know what's a good movie. You don't know what's a bad movie. You're just going to the movies to see anything at that point. You don't know how to judge acting or story writing or anything like that. You just want to see some fun stuff on screen. And The Phantom is a lot of fun, based on a comic book series. So it's a comic book movie, part of the comic book genre. Billy Zane um was is just like a beautiful like a gorgeous handsome actor to be a superhero, really. Like he's got the superhero looks. And the Phantom is kind of a quasi Batman. So it's kind of like Billy Zane playing Bruce Wayne, but set in, I want to say, the 1930s, somewhere around that time. It's an older comic book series. I've always wanted to collect and see if they've reprinted a lot of those old series because it's something I've always wanted. I've had the Blu-ray for many, many years. Let me get it. Let me see. Where are you? Boom. Here it is. Here it is. Here is The Phantom on Blu-ray. Um, I've had this in my collection for so long. Who was this put out by? Lionsgate? Yeah, Lionsgate put this out from Paramount Pictures. Man, so this brings back a lot of nostalgia. Lots of nostalgia. He is Billy Zane stars as the Phantom in this thriller-minute actioner based on one of the most successful comic series of all time. The story begins as an expedition lands on the island of Bengala, seeking the legendary, excuse me, legendary skulls of Tuganda. Believed to harness an energy force of immeasurable power, the skulls could spell disaster for mankind, and that's exactly what ruthless tycoon Xander Drax has in mind, unless one man can stop him. Now evil has met its match, and great movie adventure has a new name, The Phantom. So Treat Williams is basically playing a Lex Luthor type of character, this big, wealthy tycoon who is just lusting after power. He's always lusting after more and more power, and he wants to get these skulls that apparently give you like some immense supernatural powers or whatever. Um, it's so over the top. It's so campy. Billy Zane is in purple latex. Uh, I just love this movie so much. Um, yeah. So when I saw that Kino is putting out a 4K UHD of this, I lost my mind. They didn't give us a date yet. They don't give us special features. They don't really tell us anything other than a brand new HDR/DV master. Um, Goodness gracious, I love this movie. So we have a local Comic Con here. It's called Rhode Island Comic Con, appropriately titled. The last one I went to, I think it was 2018, maybe. Either way, Billy Zane was there, and I saw Billy Zane from a distance. Like from a distance, I mean like I walked by his table that he was signing autographs at, and he was like it was like, I don't know, less than 20 feet away. So I've seen Billy Zane in real life. That was the convention. I saw so many actors there just from a distance. Um, oh goodness, I saw the voice of Batman there. We know we've been talking about Batman a lot here. I got to see Kevin Conroy. Kevin Conroy was there signing autographs, and I was like 5 feet away from him. I walked by his table so many times. And obviously he's passed away since, so that's kind of like once in a lifetime thing. That'll never happen again. But it's really, really cool. It was really, really cool to see Kevin Conroy, because in my mind, he's the voice of Batman. Batman the Animated Series is one of my favorite TV series of all time. It's my favorite animated series of all time, clearly. Um, um, let's see. Adam Schofield says, "Born in 1967, you make me feel old." It's true though. You don't get critical faculties until you're about 10. Yeah, you know what I mean. Even then, I don't even know when I became by critical faculties. I'm assuming like being able to critique things for quality. Probably not until my teenage years, I would say. Not until my teenage years where I started being, I started going to like schools with a lot more kids, and kids like talking about different things, like talking about video games and movies and TV shows, and kind of listening to them being critical and analytical. And that's when I started being critical and analytical myself. um and that's when I started, seeing movies, for differencing in quality, not being aware that stuff I watched when I was younger is not really viewed in a positive light, like The Phantom. You know what I mean? But yeah, 96, 9 years old, sitting in the theater, seeing The Phantom is a childhood nostalgic memory for me. So to see that the movie is still, in not the public lexicon, but it's enough to where Kino would give it a 4K release, because you gotta believe that they're gonna spend the extra amount of money to put it on 4K as opposed to just the Blu-ray. I'm curious what the remaster look or what the master looks like and all that kind of stuff, because this Blu-ray is not exactly new. This Blu-ray may be from, I don't even know if it says it on here. This Blu-ray may be from 2010. Like that's how old. Yeah, there was a reissue in 2020, but um, that's just the same disc that's in here. And I know that's not. Yeah, 2010. Yeah, so Lionsgate put this out in 2010, and then I'm pretty sure Paramount probably reissued the same exact disc in 2020. So you figure this is a 15-year-old disc right now. Probably the master's probably older than that, significantly older than that, perhaps. So hopefully they give it a good new remaster and some special features, because this has none. The special feature here, theatrical trailer, which we all know is not a special feature, not a special feature. But yeah, yeah, David's on my wavelength there. David James says, "I'll be getting the Phantom. I like its campiness." Me too. And I love now, we can look back now at the whole genre of superhero movies and see the progression of it. You can go back to the 90s and see the campiness of like the Phantom, see what they were trying to capitalize on. You can go back to 1989 and see Batman and see what they were trying to do with that genre at that time. You can go back to the 70s to see Superman, which has now gotten a 4K release twice actually, and you can see what they were trying to do with the genre back then. And then there was all of like the Marvel TV shows, like The Incredible Hulk with Lou Ferrigno, and then you can see what they were doing in the '90s with the animation when it came to the genre. The exploration of the superhero genre, for me, I think is endlessly fascinating. Because even the 2000s, with not only the Spider-Man films by Sam Raimi, you had the X-Men films, you had, of course, the birth of the modern comic book movie world with the MCU, and then with the Dark Knight films in the 2000s, what they were doing there, the Batman films of the 90s, what was different there. Oh, speaking of which, the longer Joel Schumacher cut of Batman Forever, which screened at Kevin Smith's um theater in New Jersey in 2023 will be screening at the end of this month in Los Angeles. Now, what does that mean for physical media? I have no idea. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps nothing, because I believe it's an unfinished version of the movie. I believe there's probably sequences in that film that don't have finished effects in it. Um, at least that's from my understanding. But it is a longer cut of Batman Forever. The Schumacher cut, if you will. So that is screening again in Los Angeles this month. So I don't know what that means for a possible future release. I would love for it to happen. Speaking of also kind of future releases as well, um, Kevin Smith is touring his film Dogma. He got the rights to his film Dogma, so he's doing a tour, showing it at various theaters. And I know Dogma has been a movie that has been out of print for a few years because of what went on with um the Harvey Weinstein stuff and that company kind of folding and all, and Miramax catalog being strewn all over the place. So I believe he has the rights back to Dogma, and he's showing it theatrically, which I assume will then lead to a new Blu-ray or perhaps 4K release of that movie. So if you're still looking to get that movie, don't overpay for the old Blu-ray, because chances are there's going to be another one soon. Also, while we're here, we might as well do this. There is going to be Arrow announced a bunch of their future titles that are coming, and they did so in kind of like a sneaky sizzle reel, I will say. Um, and and people who are much better at interpreting things than I am, picked out what is coming from Arrow in the future in terms of future releases, and including our buddy Ryan over at the Disconnected. I just got to find his post on his Facebook page about it, because yeah, there it is. I might as well do this now. I was gonna do it earlier and I completely forgot. I was gonna do it after, but I figured we'll do it now since we're talking about possible future things. So coming soon on 4K from Arrow Video. I'm just inserting this into my Kino run. This was not on the rundown, by the way. This is exclusive for those of you, I guess, listening to the stream or listening to the audio. Thief is getting a 4K release. Mona Lisa, To Live and Die in LA is fascinating to me because I don't have that Kino 4K yet. So I'm curious what the Arrow 4K is going to look like in terms of special features, in terms of picture quality. I'm assuming it's going to be similar. But Creepshow 2, Nightbreed, Rawhead Rex, The Apartment, which makes sense because they put it out on Blu-ray already. And I coincidentally have it here. So I have had this release for many years. So they're going to give this a 4K UHD upgrade, which is also interesting because Kino has put this out in 4K UHD already. So I'm curious how that's going to go too. The Visitor from 1979, and then The Sadness from 2021, which already has a Blu-ray release. from one of the partner labels over at Vinegar Syndrome. I think it's Shutter. I think Shutter put that out already. So that's what they teased for the future. Thief, Mona Lisa, To Live and Die in LA, Creepshow 2, Nightbreed, Rawhead Rex, The Apartment, The Visitor, and The Sadness. So those will be future Arrow 4K releases. Stay tuned for when those are announced. I have no idea when that's going to happen. So we shall see. We shall see. But getting back to Kino, let's get back on the Kino train. Like I said, they're putting out the Phantom, but they're also putting out a re-release of a movie that came out that was released a few years ago, and that is Danger Diabolik. Danger Diabolik is the Mario Bava film from I think 1968, a Mario Bava film that is not a horror film. It's not a horror film. It's a movie that's actually also based on a comic book, but it's based on a French comic book, and it's called Danger Diabolik. And I know this is a cult favorite for many, many people. This is coming out July 22nd, 2-disc edition, 4K UHD release. Audio commentary by actor John Philip Law, moderated by film historian Tim Lucas. Audio commentary by film historian Troy Haworth and Nathaniel Thompson. Newly discovered outro. And then the Blu-ray has those the same features plus from Fumetti to Film 2005 featurette, body moving music video by the Beastie Boys, and that's about it. But this movie is a fun cult and like 1960 bop of a movie, if I could say so. I watched it recently with a friend of mine. So the suave psychedelic era thief called Diabolik can't get enough of life's good or glittery things, not when there are currency shipments to steal from under the nose of the snooty government officials and priceless jewels to lift from the boudoirs of the super rich. The exclusive scoundrel finds plenty of ways to live up to his name in this tongue-in-cheek live-action caper inspired by Europe's popular Diabolik comics. So, excuse me one second here. Sorry, I just had to check something there for a second. But back to Danger Diabolik. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. Um, this movie very much is kind of like a live action. Well, not live action. Do you remember the 1966 Adam West Batman series? It's similar to that, but French. It's similar to that in the sense like there's kind of like campiness to it. Not quite as campy as that. Like there's not like, when you punch somebody, there's like a big pow thing that comes up. But in terms of just the aesthetic of it all, the bright colors of the psychedelic 1960s with like the flower power and the hippies and the drug use and the nightclubs and all this and the music, definitely the music. And that's what I loved about this movie was its aesthetic, its environment, its energy was very much like the kind of the swinging 60s. But it was a comic book movie, so it kind of had that over the top comic bookness of it. And also with a movie of this kind, you can kind of push the boundaries in terms of being like sexy and being flirtatious, and all kinds of stuff like that. Because this Diabolik guy is super super like he's kind of like a Bruce Wayne, like once again, kind of a Bruce Wayne type of character, where he's got like he's stealing, but he's a bad guy, which I mean, depending on your definition of Batman, he's kind of a bad guy too. He is a vigilante, but this guy is like stealing from the rich and the wealthy, just to stick it to the man. Like he's stealing from like government banks, he's stealing from like super uber wealthy people, like their jewelry and stuff, and he's like a cat burglar. I dug the movie a lot. Now they remade this, or they did a new adaptation of new Diabolic films in modern times. They did a trilogy actually in I think 2021, 2022, and 2023 of Diabolic films, and those are also being released by Criteria by Kino on Blu-ray. So, um I didn't get a chance to watch them, so I'm not quite sure how good they are or what their vibe is or anything like that. All I can tell you is that Danger Diabolic is kind of a lot of fun, but you have to go into it understanding the era in which it's made, understanding the campiness of it, understanding all of that. Like, don't go into it expecting a modern day, you know, comic book movie. Expect like fake sets and fake looking things and all and kind of ridiculousness of all of that. Like, there's one, yeah, there are moments where you can tell how fake it all is. But next here is the movie called what we talked about earlier called Sands of the Kalahari. Now, this is directed by the same guy, Cy Enfield, who directed Jetstorm. So there's that connection to Jetstorm earlier from Imprint. A chartered plane crashes in a remote African desert after colliding with a swarm of locusts. It's not only the harsh surroundings and the vicious baboons that the survivors have to worry about, but also a crazed fellow passenger. The stellar cast includes Stuart Whitman, as a businessman and big game hunter, Stanley Baker as a chain smoking and alcoholic mining engineer, Susanna York as a beautiful young divorcee, Nigel Davenport as the plane's captain. It goes on here. This was the sixth and final teaming of Baker and his Helldiver and Zulu director, Cy Enfield. Interesting. Um, I haven't seen the movies. I can't see. It reminds me of Flight of the Phoenix, which starred Jimmy Stewart, and I think came out about I think around the same time actually. Or was it 10 years earlier? Either way, that's the Robert Aldrich film, I think, on Criterion now. And it's where people crash land in a hazardous place and have to figure out how to survive. That's what this movie is about. We got a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by film historians Howard S. Berger and Nathaniel Thompson, and that is it. Coming out July 15th. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we have the movie Hiding Out, which I've already talked about, so I think I talked about it. It's getting a 4K UHD release. It's the movie starring John Cryer. So I'm going to skip that for now because I talked about it already. Convoy. Okay, so I talked about Convoy last time. That was the last movie I talked about on the previous Chasing Labels episode. But now we've got details about it. Coming out on 4K UHD from Kino, July 22nd. 2-disc edition. Excuse me. Brand new HDR / Dolby Vision Master by Studio Canal from a 4K scan of a 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by filmmaker / historian Steve Mitchell. Audio commentary by Sam Peckinpah, historians Paul Sater, Garner Simmons, and Nick Redmond. Audio commentary by filmmaker / Peckinpah scholar Mike Siegel. The Blu-ray has all of those commentaries, as well as Sam Trucker movie 2013 documentary, The Lost Convoy video essay by Mike Siegel, 3 lost scenes, deleted scenes, in jokes, friends and cameos 2013 featurette, Trucker notes from Norway, the Duck Trucks, promoting Convoy, Convoy in color, filming Convoy part 1, 2, and 3. Those are all production stills. Yeah, this is so Convoy recently, if you've been following along with us here on Chasing Labels, has gotten a Blu-ray release from Studio Canal late last year, as well as a 4K release from Imprint late last year as well. And now it's getting a 4K release from Kino this year. So we got three releases of Convoy all within the last set of months. You could say within a 6 to 8 month window. Plenty of Sam Peckinpah to go around. As this, it's the saying I'm making up. Plenty of Sam Peckinpah to go around. This is the Sam Peckinpah film that's kind of similar to Smokey and the Bandit, except not quite as fun. That's the one thing about this movie that I found from it. So, is when the Western film for many decades, a staple of the American cinema, suffered a decline in the 70s, a new subgenre helped fill the void. The trucking epic, legendary filmmaker Sam Peckinpah, who did Ride the High Country, Straw Dogs, Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. Also, he did The Wild Bunch, directed this action-packed classic based on the runaway hit song Convoy. Martin Rubber Duck Penwood, Chris Christopherson, who was in Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, plus he was in other films, of course, the music star as well, who, in pursuance of a feud with Sheriff Dirty Lyle Cottonmouth Wallace, who is Ernest Borgnine, unites scores of his fellow drivers via citizen band radio into a gigantic mile-long convoy, which, powered by pent-up frustrations and resentments as much as by diesel fuel, rolls irresistibly along the Arizona highways towards the freedom of the Mexican border. You've got a stellar cast of Ali McGraw, Seymour Cassell, Burt Young, yeah. So, like I said, it's very similar to the premise of the movie I just said with Burt Reynolds. Completely blanking here. No, of course, that's not the movie. Smokey and the Bandit. Sorry. So it's Smokey and the Bandit. It's yeah, but like I said, it's not as fun because Sam Peckinpah, I wouldn't call him a fun director. His films can be very visceral. And he's a very active director in terms of the visual style of his movies. I'm thinking of just the hard hitting edits in The Wild Bunch. I'm thinking of just the gritty, darkness of of some of his other films, like Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, of Straw Dogs. You know what I mean? Like, he's a visceral director, a unique director, really someone who had a lot of his own personal demons that ended up translating over to the big screen in his style. Definitely his style, chaotic, one would say. Um, yeah, really, really good. So, what else do we've got here? So, as for which edition is the best edition, I think you would have to go and see and do a little comparison. A lot of them here seem to carry over a lot of the same special features. Like, I'm pretty sure this Kino release carries over the special features from the Studio Canal release. I would have to go back and check the imprint release to see what we're looking at there, but yeah, these are all very comparable to one another. Obviously, if you want to go with 4K, you go with one of the 4K editions. That would be my best bet for in terms of picture quality. But next is a movie that I've also never seen. Coming soon on Blu-ray, brand new HD master from a 2K scan of the Interpositive, is the Seven Magnificent Gladiators starring Lou Ferrigno. Now, this sounds a lot like Lou Ferrigno doing his version of Conan. Let me just quickly go to Letterboxd just to get a um a description of the movie just quickly. So, a bandit leader endowed with supernatural powers by his sorceress mother makes yearly raids on a peasant village. However, the women of the village come into possession of a magic sword and go in search of a hero who is able to wield it and save their village from the evil bandit. Sounds like a Conan story. It really does. But obviously starring Lou Ferrigno. Um, yeah, that's that. I think it's a Canon Films. I think it's a Canon Films movie. But you know what's definitely a Canon Films movie is this next behemoth. This is Death Wish 3. So, starring Charles Bronson and Ed Lauder. Ed Lauder is just a guy who made a career of playing like scumbag law enforcement douches. Just assholes. Martin Balsam's also in this film as well, but this is the third film in the Dirty Harry franchise or the Death Wish franchise. Not Dirty Harry, the Death Wish franchise. Sorry. Um, uh, Portrayed by Charles Bronson. Paul Kersey's the character. The music in this movie is done by Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin fame. That's of note. So this is the only one of the Death Wish films starring Charles Bronson that has not gotten a 4K release yet. I think so. Let me check. Uh, or at least a new Blu-ray release. I can tell you, Death Wish. So Death Wish. See, so Death Wish, the first film got a 4K release from Kino. Death Wish 2 got a 4K release from Vinegar Syndrome. And now Death Wish 3 is getting a 4K release from Kino. So Death Wish 4 and 5 got new Blu-rays from Kino. Death Wish 4, The Crackdown, got a Blu-ray release back in 2023. And then Death Wish 5, where are you, Death Wish 5? I know it's here somewhere. It's called something else, and I can't remember what it is. Death Wish 5, The Face of Death from 1994. Got a Blu-ray release in 2023 from Kino as well. So we've got so Death Wish 3 was the only one that hadn't gotten any type of recent Blu-ray or 4K love. But now it does. For those of you who haven't seen Death Wish 3, it is without a doubt one of the most odd 80s canon film exploitation violent movies you could possibly imagine, directed by Michael Winner, who directed, I believe, the first 2 films. Architect/vigilante Paul Kersey arrives back in New York City and is forcefully recruited by a crooked police chief to fight street crime by a large gang terrorizing the neighborhoods. So, Paul Kersey's back in town. He's back in town, back in New York, back on the streets, if you will. I won't spoil what's happened in the first 2 films, even though they're kind of the same movie, but he's now back from exile, if you will. And as soon as he shows up, he already gets into trouble. I would say Adam Schofield kind of nails it a little bit here. Hold on. So Adam Schofield kind of nails it here. Is Death Wish 3 the best canon film? And I know my camera literally just cut out. I will fix it right now. Just give me one moment. I've got to basically unplug it and plug it back in. So I knew this was going to happen. So let's see. Oh, I'm back. See? So I'm back. So I knew this was going to happen. Usually what I have to do is I have to reboot my computer before I do the stream, which I do every single week, and it kind of prevents this from happening. But I did not do it this week, and therefore all kinds of chaos is now ensuing. So Death Wish 3 is is a quintessential canon film. As I was saying, our buddy here, Adam Schofield. So Death Wish 3, the greatest canon film, he asked. It's certainly a quintessential canon film because it's got all of the hallmarks of a canon film. It's an action film from the 80s. It's over the top. It's ridiculous. It probably got butts in seats, which is basically all what canon films wanted to do at the time. There's a great documentary about canon films called, I gotta look it up. I'm gonna look it up on IMDb right now, which you can probably stream. At least I hope it's available to stream. Canon films. Let's see. It's called Electric Boogaloo: The Wild Untold Story of Canon Films. It's a documentary from 2014, and it is fantastic. It's available on DVD, I know that, but I saw it streaming years ago. But it just gives you the whole history of Canon Films and what, from their founding all the way up until they fell apart, basically in the early 90s. Because like their old shtick kind of wore off over time. You know what I mean? They famously Canon Films did the fourth Superman film, Superman Quest for Peace, which is quite in fact the worst Superman film that you'll ever see, at least in my estimation. Um, the movie was done on such a low budget that when you saw Superman flying, it looked like a hologram. It looks so bad. This is the movie where he fights Meteor Man on the moon, and it looks like a set you would see on Star Trek from the late 1960s. It looked so bad. Coincidentally, Gene Hackman was back as Lex Luthor in the movie, but he didn't return for the third film. Um, yeah, it's just a lot of stuff going on wrong with that movie. It's it's kind of incredible. Let me just make sure that I'm still streaming on YouTube because I know my camera failed on us here, but I want to make sure I did it. But like I said, Death Wish 3, Paul Kersey's back in town. Immediately when he arrives back in town, he gets into some trouble with the police, and but there's so much crime going on, and the police are so like inept with dealing with it. Like they're so overwhelmed. They're so held back by like police corruption, and they're held back by their own ineptitude that the police like chief guy or whatever, or one of the big guys who's portrayed by Ed Lauder, decides, I know who this guy is. I know who Paul Kersey is. I was there that night that he in the original movie where we brought him in and then we let him loose. So we are going to we're gonna let him back out on the streets, but he's gonna work for me now. He's gonna work for me. He's gonna be like my vigilante on the streets. But we're gonna get the busts. We're gonna bust the bad guys, but he's gonna do the dirty work for us. And that's what ends up happening. Paul Kersey ends up living in an apartment complex that is just plagued by just street crime after street crime. There's a big street gang is just badgering these poor people that are working the thing that are working the that live there, and that are completely like don't know what else to do. The police are not helping. They can't defend themselves. So Paul Kersey's gonna load up and fight some street thugs. That's the movie. The climax of this film is insane. The climax of this film might as well be a war movie. It's wild. It's wild. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's the third film. What's crazy about this movie, as violent as it is, as absurd as it is, as just like mean spirited as it is in all of its fashion, I kind of liked it better than the second film. The second film is very much kind of a rehashing of the first film in its plot and in its story, where uh, that the third film just kind of went in its own different crazy direction. Um, it went in a canon crazy direction, in my opinion. But yeah, I actually don't own any of the Death Wish films. I feel like I still need to get the first one just to have it in my collection as a, because it is part of kind of the zeitgeist film history of 1970s gritty cinema, very much so. But it's a harsh film to watch. It's not an easy film to watch. Same thing with its sequel. So, what do we got here for special? Actually, they didn't announce any special features yet. They didn't announce any special features. We don't know a date on it yet. It just says coming soon. So for Kino, that could mean this year. That could mean next year. We're still waiting on stuff they've announced years ago to happen. For example, I think they announced Sofia Coppola's Lost in Translation was going to get a 4K UHD release, and we've heard nothing about that ever since. And I think that was announced 2 years ago, something like that. I'm just kind of making up numbers here, but I think it was announced a long time ago. And we still don't have it. Let me see. What do we got next? Let's see. David James says, thank you. Oh, thank you, David. You're good. Yeah, I'm back. I figured out basically it's unplug it and plug it back in. That's what works. So many people flying out of windows. Oh yeah, Adam Schofield in Death Wish 3. Let me put it this way. At one point in the movie, Paul Kersey, Charles Bronson uses like a rocket launcher in the, and this is like an apartment building complex neighborhood. He uses like a rocket launcher. He also sets up like Home Alone-esque booby traps too. It's crazy. um, David James says I own all five Death Wish films. 3 through 5 are still in my unwatched piles. Um, that makes sense. Question: anybody listening and anybody watching, whether it's now or in the future, have you seen the Death Wish remake with Bruce Willis, and what do you think about it? It came out a few years ago, directed by Eli Roth. I'm just curious what people think about it. And would you want another Death Wish remake? Do you think this franchise needs to be revived in some way? Do you think it's ripe for revival? I'm just curious because as it is, they're reviving franchises left and right now. So why not do this one? I guess. Adam Schofield goes, "Oh no, GW is too mean. 3 is a party film." That's very true. Staunch difference between Death Wish and Death Wish 3. They might as well be two different movies in two different worlds and completely different. Death Wish 1 is a serious, like hard 70s gritty drama that is really uncomfortable to see. And uncomfortable to watch at times, like disturbing. Whereas Death Wish 3 has some of those elements in it, but they window dress a lot of it with the over the top 80s action and violence and things like that. It's very weird marrying of two things. Like you still have the irksome violence from the first film, but they window dress it with the 80s over the top ridiculousness in the third film. Uh, so I guess it doesn't hit as hard. It all depends on how you view and how you are as a viewer. Um, Go. David James goes, I love seeing him waste those punks. You do get a sense of satisfaction at the end, where it's Charles Bronson against an army of street thugs who all kind of have it coming. They really do. And they all have the most ridiculous um like nicknames you've ever seen. Like one guy's called the Giggler because he laughs all the time. Let's see what else we got here for Kino. Silent Scream. This is another Kino, I think no, this is not a Kino cult release. Or is it? I'm not sure. No, I don't think it is. Um, so the Silent Scream, it says coming July 8th, a Kino Lorber Studio Classics and Dark Force Entertainment co-release, The Silent Scream from 1979. Brand new HDR10 master from a 4K scan of 35mm original camera negative, 2 audio commentaries. Disc 2 is the Blu-ray. You get the movie on Blu-ray, plus you get the 2 audio commentaries, plus Scream of Success, a 30 years later feature a retrospective, runs 40 minutes long. Wow. Okay. Interview with actress Rebecca Balding, audio commentary with director Denny Harris. That's 30 minutes long. So lengthy special features here. I've seen this movie, I believe. What silent terror lies within the walls of a gloomy old Victorian mansion by the sea? Unable to get housing on campus, young co-ed Scotty finds a vacancy at the Engels Mansion, now a boarding house for college students. Mrs. Engels, who's portrayed by Yvonne DiCarlo. Yes, now I remember this movie. Yvonne DiCarlo, who of course was Lily Munster in The Munsters. When is The Munsters getting a Blu-ray release of a complete series set? It was only 2 seasons long. I want that, and I want the Addams Family TV series on Blu-ray as well. I have The Munsters on DVD, but I would instantly rebuy it on Blu-ray if there was one. No chance. And I'm holding out for the Addams Family. I see the Addams Family complete series set all the time for super cheap, super tempting. It's the DVD that's been around forever. But I'm hoping beyond hope that we get one. I'm surprised with all of the Addams Family kind of resuscitation we've gotten over the years, revival with the Wednesday show on Netflix with Jenna Ortega and with Catherine Zeta-Jones in there as well. And yeah, with all of that, plus we got the 2 animated films from the Addams Family as well recently. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a Blu-ray of the Addams Family TV series from back in the day. It's really, really kind of mind-bogglingly to me. Even the 90s films have gotten 4K releases. So Well, I don't know why we haven't just gone back and do the TV series. That's what we've got left to do. I would love for that to happen. That's just me going on my TV rant. I'm still collecting TV on Blu-ray. I may be one of the last, the few, the proud, still collecting TV on Blu-ray from here and there. So I've got my axe to grind, if you will. But Yvonne DiCarlo plays Mrs. Ingalls in this film, and her son seemed nice enough, but soon becomes clear to Scotty that something is not right at her new residence. When her fellow boarders begin to get brutally butchered, two detectives um, must solve the mystery of the Angles boarding house before the body count rises. So it's one of those kind of like slasher type of things. When did this movie come out? I don't think it says. Oh, 1979, I think, right? Yeah, 1979. So we're getting ourselves, it's in that slasher era. It's a slasher film. Let's see. What do we got here for special features? Okay. Yeah, I already said it. I already said it. Oh no. Yes, I did. Yeah. I went over the special features already. Sorry. I had the two commentaries plus the lengthy special features. So if you're into kind of late 70s slasher films, this may be for you. A little precursor to the 80s slasher, you know, stuff that was going on. So there's Silent Scream. There's a couple of other ones here that are not on their Facebook page. So, let me see if I can find some info about these. I know where to look, but I don't know if it's going to take me too long to find them. That is the one thing about doing this kind of freestyling it. So the movie, let me go to Blu-ray.com. It was giving me fits earlier, so that's why I had to exit out of Blu-ray.com. But let me see if it's better. Basically, it kept freezing on me. I don't know why. Maybe I had too many tabs up. That seems to be an issue with me. So there's this movie called Exclusive that is a 1937 film directed by Alexandra Hall, starring Fred MacMurray and Frances Farmer. And this movie is the synopsis is two newspapers are pitted against each other, one owned by gangster Charles Gillette and the other by Ralph Houston. Kind of yes, is kind of yes. Actually, it's still freezing on me. All these are freezing on me. Um, Let me go back over to Letterboxd because Exclusive has a better synopsis than that, and I do like me some 1930s Fred MacMurray. Um, of course, from Double Indemnity fame. So, okay, this is a way, 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 way too long synopsis. So we will now go over to our third option. We will now go over to IMDb. Two newspapers are, and that's the IMDb one. Okay, because we do have to go to Letterboxd for this. When Mountain City racketeer Charles Gillette is acquitted, he arrives at the Mountain City World newsroom and vows revenge on the Better Government Committee who put him behind bars. Members of the committee, including Colonel Bogardus, owner of the World newspaper, Horace Mitchell, a candidate for mayor, and Mr. Franklin, a department store owner. First, Gillette buys a rival newspaper, the Sentinel, and offers a pricey editorship to world newsman Ralph Houston. That is Fred MacMurray, who refuses the offer on principle. That evening, Ralph and his partner, Todd Swain, are greeted at home by a creditor, and Vina Swain, Ralph's fiancée, is furious to find out that he turned down Gillette's offer. When she learns Ralph went into debt to put her through college, she warns Gillette of a police raid and pays back Ralph's debt with Gillette's remuneration. When Ralph orders Vina not to work for Gillette, she breaks their engagement. So what we have here is kind of a conflict of relationships. So the Frances Farmer character and the Fred MacMurray character are engaged, but she ends up starting to work for this this racketeer, this gangster guy who has been acquitted of crimes that he's obviously probably to commit, and now he's out for revenge. So he has her, like, I don't know how she's doing it, getting dirt on kind of his rivals in different places and stuff like that, and feeding it to him, and he's paying her for that. But the Fred MacMurray character kind of catches wind of it and doesn't really like that because it's immoral. She's working for a gangster and all this kind of stuff. Conflict there. It's dealing with like a corruption when it comes to newspapers and stuff like that. Also, it deals with like what happens when you start manipulating the news and manipulating information and leaking out people's secrets. Can that have dire consequences, even if they're people you don't like and people that are your rivals? What does that lead to? So the movie's kind of in that realm. It's an okay film. I gave it like 3 stars on Letterboxd, so it's in that realm for me. But I wanted to include it here on my Kino rundown because it is a classic film that they're putting out, and they do put out quite a few classic films, and of course, classic films being my thing. Um, so there's that. What else is there in my notes from Kino that I didn't see? Oh, Northern Lights. So, Northern Lights. Let's see. Northern Lights is getting, I think, just a Kino Classics release. This is a film from 1978, and it's a movie. Has the feel of an old black and white photograph discovered in an attic. The bittersweet story of young lovers caught up in a political struggle waged by farmers against the grain trade, the banks, and the railroads. Northern Lights brings back a forgotten era of American history and evokes the austere beauty of the Northern Plains. So this is a movie that I actually saw on YouTube. It was the only place I could find it, was on YouTube, and it's a movie that is uh set in North Dakota, shot in North Dakota, um, and about like North Dakota. And so you can imagine all of those things. I didn't realize this, but apparently Fargo was actually shot in Minnesota. It was not shot in North Dakota. But so it also takes place in 1915, 1916, and it's dealing with farmers' political struggles against economic the economic machines of the time, whether it be big time banks in the east or local banks in that area. They're trying to set up a farming collective based on um, popularism. But popularism was a political movement that rose in this country in the 19th century, going back to the 1800s, and it's kind of a pseudo form of socialism. And they're trying to kind of set up a kind of a socialistic farming system in northern Dakota. And there's a lot of political pushback, a lot of personal pushback against that. When we're dealing with kind of these big political things like socialism or popularism and stuff like that, or any type of isms, really, there's going to be a lot of complications. Movie's kind of dealing with all those complications, but it's an old style movie. It came out in 1978, super low budget. The quality of the movie is not great, just aesthetically, because it's probably an old VHS on YouTube, if you will. So I watched it out of just sheer curiosity of what it was. And you got to be kind of in tune with like early 20th century farming politics for you to really appreciate what's going on in it. Or even if you like films dealing with things of that nature. For example, where is it? Right here. For example, John Sales's Matewan. If you like something like Matewan, um, or even other films that John Sayles was dealing with when it came to kind of politics and specifically when it came to like the working class and things like that. Northern Lights is kind of similar to Matewan, but this movie's so much better. This movie's so much better. John Sayles and the actors and the acting and the whole screenplay and direction is so much better in this film. But this film is dealing with unionization and stuff like that. Northern Lights is dealing with different type of working politics. But I just thought I would use that as a as an example. Let's see. Let's see. Adam Schofield asked, what starring who and what? I think you were talking about the movie Yeah, it's the movie called Exclusive, starring Fred MacMurray and Frances Farmer, 1937. Because you ask here, Fred MacMurray is so good. Yes, he is. and my late dad was a fan of Fred MacMurray, Double Indemnity, The Apartment, totally get it. My introduction to Fred MacMurray is the TV series My Three Sons. That's the first time I saw Fred MacMurray, and that was done later on in his career. I had no idea that Fred MacMurray did movies. I just thought he was the dad from My Three Sons. Um, that was my introduction to Fred MacMurray. It wouldn't be until years later when I became, an adult that I would go back and see The Apartment. I would see Double Indemnity. I would see some other films that he was in. Um, and that would be my education on Fred MacMurray. Fargo had the symbol of Prince as the corpse at the beginning. Oh, interesting. Um, that's another movie that's been released several times. But yeah, so that was the movie Northern Lights. Let's see, there's some other things here that I want to talk about. Oh, Little Buddha. Quickly, the movie Little Buddha, the Bernardo Bertolucci film Little Buddha is getting a 4K UHD release from Kino. Yeah, and it's coming July 22nd. So, for those of you who are fans of the movie Little Buddha, that has Keanu Reeves and Bridget Fonda is in it as well. Bernardo Bertolucci's modern day retelling of Sid Arthur's story and the founding of Buddhism, with Keanu Reeves in the title role as the prince who undergoes the 5 ascetic principles to achieve nirvana. Yeah, I've seen this movie probably 20 years ago in high school in a world religions class when we were covering Buddhism. And that was the last time I saw it. That was the last time I saw it. Um, I don't know what it is with Bernardo Bertolucci films and in school, but I saw Little Buddha in school, and later on in college, I think we watched The Last Emperor. Yes, we watched The Last Emperor as well. I had already seen it by that point, but we watched that film as well in another course. But Little Buddha is also getting a release because I confused Little Buddha with The Golden Child, and it's not at all the same film. Not even close. Not even close to the same movie. It's vastly different. Pretty much in every way. Pretty much in every way, as I will discuss when we talk about The Golden Child for the Kino releases. But some just single releases here before we move over to Vinegar Syndrome, and that will be how we close out this episode of Chasing Labels for the next hour or so. Some that I want to talk about here is Convict's Code is a movie that's being released by Film Masters. Once again, if you've been following here all along, the only Film Masters release I currently have is The Terror and Little Shop of Horrors double feature, just the Roger Corman double feature. I show it every time because it's the only example I have of a Film Masters release. I've got to get more of their stuff because they're really unearthing stuff that has only been kind of kicking it in the public domain for the last several years. Oh, actually, for the last forever, pretty much. And they're kind of sprucing them up and giving them decent releases. And the Convict's Code is an hour-long. I would say it's like a B movie. It's not a film noir because it came out in 1939, but it's a B movie drama romance film. On parole after 3 years in prison, a football player encounters the man who framed him. So what happens is this movie is 62 minutes long. You can watch it on Tubi, not in good condition. I will preface that. It's like I said, it's public domain, pretty much. But this guy gets out of prison and he was framed for a crime he didn't commit. But lo and behold, the person that framed him for this crime then hires him as his driver. Not only his driver, but like to be like his driver and to like work for him essentially. Unbeknownst to him, actually. Unbeknownst to the person who just got out of prison, that the person who just hired him is the one that put him there in the first place. What ends up happening is that the guy who just gets out of prison ends up falling in love with the sister of this guy who just hired him, who put him in jail in the first place, which complicates things even further. It's it's very interesting kind of intertwining of characters and relationships there. It's called Convict's Code. Um, and it's decent, it's okay. It's got its limitations, it's a B movie from that era, so it's got its limitation when it comes to acting and production and all that kind of stuff. It's very stagey, not a lot of camera work going on in it. It's a very small story, so they skip certain character and plot beats to kinda get to their points, but it's fine. It's fine. It's called Convict's Code, 1939. Movie, like I said, 62 minutes long. If you got an hour to kill and you're looking for something to watch on uh, someplace, it's available to stream on Tubi for free. There you go. So there's Convict's Code, and then there's the movie called Vermilio. I just saw this last night. Vermilio or Vermilio, however it's pronounced. Maybe I'm butchering it either way. This is getting a release from Criterion. It's getting a Janus Contemporaries release. This is a great movie. This movie just came out last year. It's an Italian film called Vermilio, and it's a stunningly beautifully shot movie. Like the cinematography in it is rather breathtaking at times. It's it's set in a small remote mountain village in northern Italy, at least I assume northern Italy. That's where the mountains are. Um, in 1944, towards the end of World War II. So it's the end of World War II. It's set in Italy, small mountain village, and it centers around this family of a local teacher. It's a large family. He's got like 7 or 8 kids. Um, um, birth control wasn't a thing at the time, I guess, and it's pretty much about their lives. And what you see in the film is a sense of just the way in which the world was at that time in this specific area during these specific circumstances, where it's a movie with a lot where he has a lot of daughters, and you can just see how patriarchal that society is at the time. You can see how oppressive it is at the time, how stifling it is at the time to specifically be a young woman, to be a woman in general, that you lived under a patriarchal role in that society. You were basically there to have children, take care of those children, and that's about it. Little education to a certain point, but after that point, you were married off and assumed that role. And what is interesting about that movie is just for me looking at it from a modern perspective, a lot of people still have that mindset that that's the way women's lives should be, and it's wrong. And it's archaic and it's ancient. Um, and the movie is kind of commenting on how negative that environment is. You know what I mean? Your life is just reaches a certain point, it doesn't move from there. And the movie kind of ruminates on the negative effects of that. But it's also doing so many other things when it comes to the interrelationships within the family as well. And just how harsh living in those circumstances are from a practical sense. For example, um, you know, uh, health practices have come a long way since then. You know what I mean? Mortality rates were much higher back then because of the lack of access to adequate health care, because of, healthcare wasn't as advanced as it is now. When it comes to also being able to provide food for such a large family, that's also a problem, specifically in that location at that time. There's also kind of politics in that area too. World War II. You're dealing with the end of World War II in that remote area. What do you get in terms of news of the war front? What is going on? What's happening in the world? Being so secluded, how does that affect things? This movie is really good, but it's a slow, contemplative film, very reserved film. A lot of this stuff that I'm talking about is all underneath the surface. There's no big, like, dramatic moments where all of this comes out in exposition or anything like that. It's all played underneath the surface. This movie, Vermilio, is a really good film. It's getting a Janus Contemporaries release. I don't know what we're getting in terms of special features. My guess is probably like one special feature. That seems to be the case with Janus Contemporaries releases through Criterion. We get maybe 1 or 2 special features, and that's it. We're just fortunate enough to get these movies on Blu-ray, I guess. But it's really, really good. Probably one of the better films from last year, I think, in my opinion. I know it was a big hit in the international film world last year, and I just missed it. I just really missed it. So I'm glad that that's coming out. It says it's coming out August, so it'll be part of the August slate of Criterion releases, because I don't think we've gotten those yet. If I remember correctly, so far all we've gotten is July releases. So when the August announcements come, which are probably going to be this week for Criterion, we'll cover that on the next episode of Chasing Labels. I'm assuming that's going to be in it. Because for July we got all we imagine as light got announced before the official announcements for the July Criterion releases. So they just included that in there at that time. So that we got one more. We got a box set from Flicker Alley. It's called the Champagne and Caviar 4 Weimar Comedies. These are films from 1931 to 1932. It's a 4-film box set coming out June 10th. So coming out in a month. And the reason I wanted to mention this, one, because it's Flicker Alley and I love their releases, and two, it's a film. These are 4 films during an era of which we don't really see a lot of releases from. This is a German. These are 4 German comedies in between World War I and World War II, which is the Weimar Republic era of German history. And these are coming kind of during the time of the rising of the party we all know. And it's kind of interesting that there was a film industry during Germany between that time. You know what I mean? And what's interesting is we got 2 Eureka box sets coming from that are German film box sets coming from later on in the aftermath of World War II. These are pre-World War II German films. Like I said, we don't get a lot of those. The biggest one I can think of is obviously stuff from the 20s. It's movies from like Fritz Lang, F.W. Murnau, those types of movies, like like even like Metropolis, like Metropolis and all the other Fritz Lang films, movies like Nosferatu from F.W. Murnau, German Expressionism, all that kind of stuff came in the 1920s. So we get that era, but comedies in the 30s from Germany, we don't quite get. We also get we don't get a lot of that. So I'm just curious what these films look like. I was only able to watch one of them just to get a sense of what it is, what they're like. And I'm just curious to see what this box set's going to look like going ahead. But let me tell you what the 4 films are. So we've got The Private Secretary, The Upright Sinner, The Trunks of Mr. O.F., and I by Day, You by Night. These are all feature-length films. The only one I got to see was The Trunks of Mr. O.F. And Peter Lorre and Hedy Lamarr are in it. So that's pretty fascinating to me. I won't go through each of these just for the sake of time, but these are coming with audio commentaries for each film. Yeah, audio commentaries for each film and a booklet as well. But this is called Champagne and Caviar 4 Weimar Comedies. Wanted to mention that from Flicker Alley, coming on June 10th. Now we can make our way over to Vinegar Syndrome. Let's go there. I just gotta pick what tab. Yeah, I'll go with this one. Vinegar Syndrome. Here we go. So Vinegar Syndrome is having their halfway to Black Friday sale starting Friday, May 23rd through Monday, May 26th. So mark that on your calendars. For some reason, I thought it was the middle of June, and it's not. I think that may be the Severance sale. So Friday, May 23rd through Monday, May 26th, we have the Vinegar Syndrome halfway to Black Friday sale. Of course, this is, over several places. Hold on. Hold on for 1 second. They so they announced they announced they announced 4 titles, and they're gonna be announcing 2 more titles, when the sale hits on that 23rd of May. They are, uh yeah, so these are not everything, but these are some interesting titles. So we've got The Golden Child that's getting a VSU release, their Vinegar Syndrome Ultra line. We've got a 4K release. That's a 4K release, and we have another 4K release of Jade, which is the William Friedkin film. And then we've got a 4K release of Dirty Work. Um, that's from them properly. And then we've got, which I believe is a Blu-ray release of from Cinematograph, one of their sub labels. This is the sub label that is this who started this? Justin La Liberty. This is Justin La Liberty's sub label, and this is the movie directed by Jonathan Demme called Swimming to Cambodia, and this is a fascinating movie. It's not even quite a movie. It's like a spoken word performance by Spalding Gray. If you don't know who Spalding Gray is, he was like a playwright, novelist, and monologuist. Spalding Gray. And this is him talking about um his time working with Roland Joffe on his film The Killing Fields. So Uh, Spalding Gray spent 8 weeks in Asia as an actor in Roland Joffe's Academy Award-winning historical drama, The Killing Fields, chronicling the history of the Khmer Rouge regime in his famed one-man show, Swimming to Cambodia. Gray laid bare his experiences on set and contextualizing his anecdotes with the stark history of the region. Directed for the screen by Jonathan Demme, who of course we all know. We all know who Jonathan Demme is. I don't have to say this. It's got a new 2K restoration from its original camera negative, and it's just Spalding Gray sitting at a desk in front of like an audience, just talking, and it's captivating as all heck. It's not only is it captivating, but they use like sound effects and some type of visual effects as well. And he'll bring like props like a map behind him, and it'll point to a map of where like Southeast Asia is. But the film is also by him commenting on all of the political turmoil and trouble and history in Southeast Asia during a specific time, specifically the 1960s, during the era of the killing fields in Cambodia, all of this stuff. And it is endlessly fascinating to just hear him espouse about that whole situation. Um, uh, it's it's fascinating to me, just the way he was able to just be so captivating about it. It's it's really good. Like it's so good. Um, yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna get. I'm trying to get all of these cinematograph releases. I have a few of them. Actually, right here around me. Let's see, where are you? Ah, I have 2 of them here, which I've shown these before. But if you haven't seen them before, you're gonna see them now just because I'm here doing this. So I've got Touch, and I've got Going South as well. Um, I got these 2 here. I'm way behind. I'm picking these up. I kind of wait until they're on sale at the various sales, whether it's the halfway to Black Friday sale or the Black Friday sale. The only ones that I think the only one off the top of my head that's sold out so far, at least with that limited edition packaging, has been the first one, which is this here. Hold on, I got it. Red Rock West has been Red Rock West. I think this is the only one that's, I think, only available in a standard packaging from their website. Now, if you want to find this limited edition packaging, obviously you can go on eBay and look for it. It'll be a little expensive, but it is available. I kind of, that's the one thing you kind of notice when it comes to movie collecting is if you want something, um, and you've got the money to pay for it, you can find it. You can find it. Um, let's see. Adam Schofield says, um, Weimar era, lots of good films came out of propaganda. Yeah, interesting how good films came out of this era. Very true. It's, I mean, a lot of political stuff going on in the world at that time, whether it be in Europe, whether it be in the United States, whether it be wherever. A lot of political stuff going on. A lot of propaganda films being made in Hollywood, obviously towards um, the late 1930s, and of course during World War II, before the U.S. got involved. Here in Hollywood, they would be making propaganda films in Europe as well to kind of get people to come over. For example, Alfred Hitchcock's Foreign Correspondent. That's a propaganda film. It's a damn good movie too, but it's also a propaganda film. I always say this, literally at the end of that movie, not even spoiling it, it's a plea to it's a plea for the rest of the world to help Great Britain fighting in World War II. It's literally that's what it is. Um, Adam Schofield says, "Don't talk about the Golden Child." Well, I'll do it briefly. Just because it's you're right. It's not, if you're saying not to talk about because it's not a good movie, you're kind of right. It's it's like what happens when you take Big Trouble in Little China and put Eddie Murphy in it as opposed to Kurt Russell and make it worse. That's kind of the Golden Child. That's the vibes of the Golden Child. Swimming to Cambodia is great, sort of a follow up style wise from Stop Making Sense. The book is great as well. I gotta see Stop Making Sense. Stop Making Sense. That's put out by 824 now, isn't it? Or 824. You see, I think it is. Yeah, that isn't Stop Making Sense. I gotta see that. I still have to see. I remember people talking about it. Yeah, I believe that's the same thing. That's also by Jonathan Demme. Okay. It's the famous concert movie by rock band Talking Heads, filmed over 4 nights in 1983 at the Pantages Theater in Hollywood. Yeah, A24 put out an exclusive version of that last year, which I think you can actually find in stores now, but it's on their website. Our buddy Aaron West from over at Criterion now is doing a whole book on A24. So that'll obviously be in it. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, Swimming to Cambodia. Oh, this is what we got for special features. New audio commentary with film critic Scout DeFoya. Lifting Up the Carpet, a new video interview with Roland Jaffe, director of The Killing Fields. The Killing Fields, coincidentally, I still need to get. There is a digibook, which I don't think I have. There's a digibook put out by Warner Brothers, Blu-ray, that came out, I think, 2014 that I don't have. I'd have to look in my drama section, see if it's in there. I'm not sure. Let's see. A good story is a good story. A new interview with executive producer Ira Deutschman. The Great Sensorium of the World. A new video interview with producer Edward Saxon. Archival video interview with Jonathan Demme from 2013, obviously before he passed. 2 episodes of the Pure Nonfiction podcast, Jonathan Demme's real life characters recorded in 2016, featuring Demme discussing swimming to Cambodia, and Jonathan Demme and Renee Shafransky on Spalding Gray, recorded in 2017. Now, let's see. That must have been very much towards the end of his life. I've always loved Jonathan Demme's work. Yeah, 2017 was when he passed. Wow. So that's got to be very close to when he passed. Okay. Fascinating. So let's see. Yeah, and of course it's a digibook style Hold on, I think you get the book as well. You were just talking about the book. I think you get the so, my friend Mariah Gates does an essay on here as well, and let's see, Swimming to Cambodia paperback book details. I think you get the book as well. That's kinda cool. I love that extra stuff. It's like the same thing when you buy Picnic at Hanging Rock from Criterion back in the day. You would get the book as well, so that's really awesome. That's a nice release. That's definitely shooting up my list of things I've gotta get. But moving down the list here, Dirty Work, briefly here, if you've never seen the film Dirty Work, it's a 1998 comedy directed by Bob Saget starring and um, Norm Macdonald and Artie Lang, but my goodness, so many people show up in this. It's like a who's who of comedy of the 90s. For example, Chris Farley's in it, Chevy Chase, Don Rickles, Jack Warden, Christopher McDonald, Adam Sandler shows up. Traylor Howard, who was an actress that I remember from the time she's in this movie as kind of the love interest. Um, my goodness, this movie is such a time capsule piece for 1998 and just for 1990s comedies. It's such a time capsule piece of a movie. So many people are unfortunately have passed. Norm Macdonald passed away, Artie Lang, Chris Farley, Don Rickles, Jack Warden is no longer in it, no longer around. I mean, my goodness. But this is getting a 4K UHD release. This movie is hilarious. I watched it 25 years ago, so revisiting it was a nice trip down nostalgia train for me. I absolutely love growing up during that time. I remember watching the Norm Macdonald sitcom on TV when it was on. I remember watching that. I can't remember if it was on ABC or if it was on CBS. No, not definitely not CBS. Probably ABC or Fox. Feel like it's that type of show. Um, I remember, watching that. I don't know if that's ever gotten a DVD release. I'd have to go look. A lot of those '90s sitcoms that I grew up watching, unfortunately, uh, haven't gotten much love on home video. For example, Malcolm in the Middle, which they're reviving actually, with Bryan Cranston and stuff like all that. They're reviving that for a mini revival. It's gonna be like a limited edition series type of deal. They only released that first season on DVD, and they never released anything past that. Fox, when they were their own company, were notoriously sketchy when it came to releasing their shows on physical media. They are notorious for releasing it and then stopping releases. For example, even their modern day stuff. For example, Family Guy, which has been around forever. They were putting out DVDs regularly. I don't think they put out a DVD release of Family Guy in 5 years. They just straight up stopped. And I know the market has changed dramatically over the years in terms of TV on home video. In terms of the want and the need, streaming has cut into it dramatically. I say it all the time here, like a broken record. Streaming definitely hit that market first, but at least finish what you started. That's my motto when it comes to all of this. But Adam Schofield is right. Both Demis must-watch concert film. Yeah, both Jonathan Demme and his brother were really, really talented guys. I remember his brother did the documentary that I really, really love about movies. Yeah, Ted Demme did the documentary. What's it called? Ba-ba-ba-bum. A Decade Under the Influence. I have that on DVD. He also did the movie Blow, which is really, really good. He directed the movie Life as well, which is an underrated comedy. Super underrated comedy. He also directed the movie The Ref with Dennis Leary, another underrated comedy, in my opinion. So yeah, check out the Demi's work, obviously. Where was I? Oh yeah, Dirty Work. Speaking of 1990s comedies, Norm Macdonald and all that stuff. Yeah, this movie is really funny, really raunchy, but it's PG-13, so you can tell they had to cut back on things. So pushing the boundaries of crass gags and raunchy dialogue, acclaimed comedian Bob Saget's sole theatrical feature directing effort, Dirty Work, stars and was co-written by the legendary Norm Macdonald, featuring supporting performances from the biggest names in comedy history. Yeah, they go through all of them here. But Dirty Work, basically like Norm Macdonald and Artie Lang they need money to pay the doctor to perform heart surgery or something like that on Jack Warden, who is Artie Lang's father in the movie. So they basically have to pay a bribe to the doctor to move him up the donors list to get an organ to save his life. So they come up with this kind of get rich quick scheme where they're going to uh, do revenge jobs for people, get hired to do revenge jobs for people to make money. Um, yeah, to like pull pranks and do all kinds of stuff and whatnot. And that's kind of that's the premise of the movie. But special features wise, 3 disc set, 4K Ultra HD, two Blu-rays, newly scanned and restored in 4K. I'm shocked how good this is gonna look. But this is the kicker here. You get both the 82-minute theatrical cut and the 83-minute dirtier cut are presented on both 4K and Blu-ray. Now you may be thinking, "Wow, 1 minute doesn't not really a big time difference." You are correct, but what I have heard is that not only is it 1 minute longer, but a lot of the takes are different. A lot of the jokes are different because they're dirtier, more raunchier, and they get away with more with a essentially an R-rated cut of the movie. A dirtier cut of the movie as they're using here. So that's kind of interesting. So you get to see what the movie was originally supposed to look like before they had to edit and cut things down to get the PG-13 rating in order to probably satisfy the studio and whatnot. But you get a commentary track with co-writer Frank Sebastiano and Mike Hunchback for the theatrical cut, and then you get a commentary track with Frank Sebastiano and co-writer slash actor Fred Wolf for the dirtier cut. Note to self, Dirty Work, newly produced making of documentary, Hey Jim, It's Norm, an interview with Jim Downey and co-writer Frank Sebastiano, The Last Word, an interview with co-writer Frank Sebastiano and co-writer slash actor Fred Wolf, Front Row, an interview with assistant director Alan Gulabov, Cutting Dirty Work, an interview with first assistant editor, an interview with co-writer Fred Wolf, Revenge for Hire, an interview with co-writer, same guy, Frank Sebastiano. They really get a lot of his perspective on here. Face First, an interview with Norm's stunt double, Brian Jagursky. Fully Loaded, an interview with actor David Keckner. You get an interview with actress Uni Park, an interview with actor Kevin Farley, an interview with actor Jim Downey, and then 2-hour assembly cut of Dirty Work sourced from video. So that, I'm assuming, is going to be in standard definition and perhaps unfinished. And then you get an alternate extended ending. This is a deluxe edition of this movie. This is a deluxe edition for any movie. And you get a 40-page book here as well. The biggest missing piece of it all is you don't have, Norm Macdonald's not around to talk about the movie. Bob Saget's not around to talk about the movie. I'm sure we could go back and find interviews with them talking about Dirty Work. Artie Lang, who's still around, but there's nothing in here with him. He's kind of the co-lead of the movie. But yeah, you still get a ton of special features for Dirty Work. So that is Dirty Work getting a deluxe edition release. Next, we've got the movie Jade. Now, this movie doesn't have the best reputation. Not a lot of people like this movie, but it is a stylish, sleazy 90s neo-noir directed by William Friedkin, starring David Caruso as well as who else is in this movie? Michael Biehn is in the movie as well. Richard Crenna. Let's see, Linda Fiorentino, who was such a 90s femme fatale. She was in this, and I think she was in the movie Last Seduction, playing a femme fatale as well. She's a femme fatale in this too. But long one of the most difficult to find films from the acclaimed Academy Award-winning director William Friedkin. Well, you know William Friedkin. French Connection, The Exorcist, Sorcerer. Jade is an ultra stylish erotic thriller with an outrageously clever screenplay from the genre master Joe Esterhaus, starring David Caruso, Linda Fiorentino, everybody I just mentioned, and featuring a legendary car chase through the streets of San Francisco, as well as a score by multi Academy Award winner James Horner. Yes, James Horner. It's a steamy, over-the-top whodunit at last makes its way to 4K UHD Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome, newly restored from its 35mm camera negative for this release and presented in both its extended director's cut as well as the original theatrical release too. So, from 1995, right in the dead center of the 90s, two disc set here, 4K disc, Blu-ray, newly scanned and restored. We just talked about that. Both 95-minute theatrical cut, 107-minute director's cut. Commentary track with Jennifer Moorman on the theatrical cut. Esterhaus, Friedkin, and Jade. An interview with screenwriter Joe Esterhaus. Hysterical Blindness. William Friedkin at Paramount. A 22-minute featurette with editor Augie Hess and assistant editor Darren Navarro. An interview with director William Friedkin. Interviewed by television personality Charlie Rose. 40-page perfect bound book. There's an essay in here by my friend Mariah Gates, which is really cool. Justin Liberty also does some writing in here as well. And that's the 4K edition of Jade. Now, I'm a William Friedkin completist, so I'm going to be buying this eventually. But after seeing the movie, I'm gonna wait. Gonna wait to see for this to go on sale. The price is a little steep right now for this movie, in my opinion, for the quality of movie that it is. It's a lot of fun. It is a sleazy 90s erotic thriller, neo-noir, but I'm going to wait on it. And now we get to The Golden Child. Like I said, not a great movie, kind of over the top 80s camp, starring Eddie Murphy, who at the time was, his star was massively rising furiously fast. Basically, he plays this guy who's the chosen one, who's got to go find this kidnapped kid who's known as the Golden Child, and he's got to basically save the fate of the universe because he's got to save this kid because, for some various supernatural reasons, I don't know. It's not great. Charles Dance is in the movie as like this super bad guy, who kidnapped the golden child. Um, yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's directed by Michael Ritchie. Um, two disc edition, 4K disc, Blu-ray disc, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its original 35mm camera negative. Commentary track with the screenwriter and author Kelly Goodner and film historian Jim Hemphill. A bunch of other special features here. Throwing elbows. It's a writer slash co-producer Dennis Feldman on writing, selling, and making it to Hollywood. Lover of realism, an interview with Matt Painter, Caroline Jet Green. FX Man, an interview with Academy Scientific Engineering Award winner Mark Knoll. The Demon I Wanted to Make, designer and sculptor Randall Dutra on creating the demon form. Master of a Lost Art, Go Motion supervisor Harry Walton on animating the Golden Child Go Motion sequences. None of that stuff holds up, by the way. None of the special effects hold up, which you kind of understand. It's 1986, okay? 1986. I almost thought it was 1984. A lot of the special effects don't hold up, but it's the 80s. You kind of have to forgive that. I think the movie itself is not particularly great, but it's if you're an Eddie Murphy completist, I guess give it a watch. It's not good though. Um, yeah, fun 80s camp. That's the Golden Child 4K UHD release. Now we get into the home stretch here with the partner label releases. Let's see, what are we doing for time? I'm fading fast here. Let's see. So we've got quite a few releases here, and I want to touch on some of the highlights and not everything. let's see. We have a life and dirty movies. By put out by Film Movement. We've got Canadian International Pictures putting out Action, The October Crisis of 1970. Connie is putting out Batang West Side. Shudder is putting out Blood Quantum. Brainstorm Media is putting out Consumed. Let's see, Factory 25 is putting out Crass, The Sound of Free Speech, The Story of Reality Asylum. Big World Pictures is putting out a double feature of The Monopoly of Violence and A German Youth. Film Movement is putting out Red Island. ETR Media is putting out Satan Wants You. America Genre Film Archive, which is AGFA. The Scare Film Archives Volume 2 Danger Stories. These are all short films that are, you can't really find those to watch. IFC Films is putting out Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty, which has already had a Blu-ray release, I think back when the movie came out in 2011. That's the movie starring Emily Browning. I'll get into it. Once we go through all these. So Bleeding Skull is putting out The Soul Tangler. Film Movement Classics is putting out Time to Die, which is a Spanish Western. It's fantastic. I believe it's a Mexican Western. Yeah, it's a really great film. But I'll talk about that definitely. Film Movement is also putting out The Wait, which I think is a more recent film, and then we've got Saturn's Course putting out the movie You Are Alone. So, You Are Alone is a shot-on-video film from 2005, and it very much feels like it. Yeah, we'll start with this one. It's more interesting than it is good, if you will. So this movie's shot on super low budget. This is a movie you would make shot on with an old video camera in the mid 2000s before you had any money. YouTube was coming right around. This is a movie that people I know in college at the time would make. That's kind of what this movie really is. So after a decade-long sabbatical writing novels, legendary Connecticut-based cult director Gorman Bechard returned to filmmaking with You Are Alone, a stripped-down, micro-budget, mini-DV lens knockout that utilized an insular cast and single filming location. Yes, so it was shot on a mini DV camera. If you don't know what a mini DV camera is, tough to explain if you weren't there at the time. Early form of digital video cameras from the 2000s. Like I said, early digital photography. It looks like it. It looks rough. This rough. When I was watching this movie, it looks like the resolution is so low on those cameras because it was like new technology. Like HD cameras weren't quite a thing at the time yet. They were, but they were expensive because they were new. Anytime a new tech comes along, it's initially very, very expensive. And this was very, very expensive at that time. HD cameras were. So this is like mini digital video camera, camcorder, whatever you want to call it. And the movie looks rough. So this was all shot in one location. Like I said, super micro budgeted, lauded by critics as Last Tango in New Haven, which is Connecticut, and featuring a staggering award-winning performance by lead actress Jessica Bull, which took the Best Actress award at both the Brooklyn International Film Festival and Indie Fest Chicago in 2005. You Are Alone remains a stunning testament in the possibilities of uncomprised, micro-budget video filmmaking, as well as essential cinematic puzzle piece in the oeuvre of one of the nation's most captivating and original regional auteurs. All of that's true, but the movie is incredibly low key. Think like 90s 2000s mumblecore level of filmmaking, mumblecore level of acting. Very much like scenes go on and on. It's all dialogue and there's a lot being said, but there's really nothing being said, and it's a whole bunch of stuff being said. It's very much indie low budget filmmaking of the 2000s. It's tough to describe. It's very existential, philosophical. It's just people, or two people rather, talking in a hotel room. So you have this young sex worker who is working, doing her job, and she comes across basically this guy who's just inquisitive about the whole process of how she lives her life, why she's doing what she's doing, the clients that she meets with, like what are the different tastes and what are the different things. He's getting into the kind of the whole lingo of the world too. It's a very much also a time capsule piece of the mid 2000s internet world too, because back then there was no social media like there is now. There weren't apps, there weren't smartphones, there weren't anything like that. Um, there were things like internet chat rooms and things like that when it came to the interaction with people online and stuff. So it's very much a time capsule piece of that time. If you lived during that time, if you were young during that time, you're gonna notice some stuff that's a little dated, but it's all in there. For special features, new 2025 audio commentary with writer director Gorman Beshard, moderated by Faith Marek, archival 2006 audio commentary with the director as well, original 97-minute rough cut of the movie. The theatrical cut, or the I guess final cut, is 84 minutes. Color Me Depressed, a 2025 career-spanning interview with the director. Deleted scenes with optional audio commentary with the director. Behind-the-scenes footage. You have short films by the director, Gorman Beshard, of The Only Take, The Pretty Girl, In Her Eyes, This Used to Be My Home, Black Dog Can't Jump, Live Nude Bears, Objects in the Mirrors Are Further Than They Appear. And this movie is incredibly dark. I didn't kind of preface that. This movie is about two very lonely, depressed people who are kind of lost in life. And the movie is kind of a meditation on extreme loneliness as well. Something many of us can certainly relate to. Phil Movement put this movie out, The Wait, which I just watched last night. I don't want to spend too much time on it. It's a very slow, kind of meandering, slow building horror film from, what's that, 2023. This is a Spanish film. This is from Spain. This is the one that's from Spain. And basically, this guy takes this job as a gameskeeper on this estate that people go hunting on. And he takes a deal that may be too good to be true, and then bad things start happening to him and his family, and things start escalating from there. And there's a mystery kind of wrapped into what is happening, why is it happening, all this kind of stuff, but I won't reveal anything else. Time to Die is from Film Movement Classics. This is a Mexican Western from 1966, and it is excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is a great film. Fresh from serving 18 years in jail for shooting a man in self-defense, Juan Saego comes back to his hometown to start life anew and reunite with old flame Mariana. But the two sons of the man he killed, consumed by an overwhelming thirst for revenge, have been anxiously awaiting his return. So you have a movie here dealing about a man who's trying to outrun and trying to distance himself from his past and move on with his life. But the past keeps coming back for him. It will not stop. And the two sons of the man that he killed 18 years ago will not stop harassing him. They will not stop coming at him. And basically his old demons won't go away. They just keep nagging at him and nagging at him and nagging at him. And he's got to deal with it. Really good Western. Kind of in that modern sense of the Western. Very much in the vein of what we saw with Clint Eastwood later on. Things like Unforgiven, things like Outlaw Josie Wales, stuff like that. Very, very good. Very, very good movie. Highly recommend that film. Definitely. Film Movement Classics is putting this out. Film Movement Classics had put this out years ago, so they're just re-releasing it now with a slipcover. I think it's the same art, actually, too, that's underneath the slipcover. Unfortunately, when it comes to special features, all we have here, I say all we have here, but it's a big one, video introduction by director Alex Cox. That's enough to get me to buy it, or get me interested in the movie, which I've seen already, so I know it's good, but get me to buy it is, if it's got a stamp of approval by Alex Cox, it's definitely worth seeing. And there's a commentary here by director Arturo Ripstein as well, and actor Enrique Rocha. Essay, and there's an essay book, and there's a booklet here with essays too. But so I definitely highly recommend Time to Die. and it is available to watch, I believe, on Tubi right now. If you can't wait. Let's see. Sleeping Beauty has been around for a very long time. Well, by a long time, I mean 2011. This is a movie that is fascinating on many levels. So, Jane Campion presents Sleeping Beauty, the bold and provocative directorial debut of Julia Lee, an official selection at the Cannes, Toronto, and Chicago film festivals, featuring a phenomenal breakthrough performance by Emily Browning. This coolly shocking retelling of the classic myth poses its heroine as a verified sex worker confronting the ideas of feminine sexuality with bravado and precision. Nothing. Okay, there's a new audio commentary by historian Alexandra Helen Nicholas, our friend. So therefore, curious. It's a curious film to see. This was streaming on Netflix for the longest time. So this young woman in this film kind of becomes a sex worker, but there's a kind of a twist on it. She she basically is sedated, and then things go from there. But there's no sexual activity involved in it. It's just sedation, and then people kind of like sleep alongside her. It's a very weird kind of fetish going on here. Um, and the movie is also kind of a commentary not only on the sex work, but it's a commentary on, like I said, sexual fetishizations, sexual tendencies, certain kinks, but also this kind of feminine role in people's lives. And it's trying to say a lot, but it doesn't do a lot to say a lot. And that's tough to say. Very slow moving, plotting film. Not a lot of dialogue going on in it. It's a very visual film. It's curious. I'm very curious what Alexandra Helen Nicholas has to say about it. So that's what intrigues me the most about this release. So moving on from there, let's see a couple of more here that I want to hit. Just quickly, um, Big World Pictures, The Monopoly of Violence and German Youth are both documentaries. They're both documentaries dealing with v- different things. For example, The Monopoly of Violence is a movie dealing about kind of police and government violence in Paris recently, in the late 2010s, I believe. Um, Yeah, it says, as anger and resentment grow in the face of social inequalities, many citizens led protests are being repressed and ever increasing violence. In the monopoly of violence, David Dufresne gathers a panel of citizens. They question, exchange, confront their views of the social order and the legitimacy of the use of force by the state. And particularly, it frames it around uh, Paris protests going on in France about various political causes and whatnot, and what is the role of law enforcement and government when it comes to dealing with that. That's kind of what that's about. And then you've got um, a German youth chronicles this the let's see, in the 1960s, the young democracy of West Germany was embarrassed by its Nazi past, yet confirmed in its role as imperialist and capitalist society. The post-war generations, in direct conflict of their fathers, was trying to find its place. The student movement exploded in 1966 as the situation deteriorated and radicalized those involved in a gradual escalation of violence and reprisals. A German youth chronicles this radicalization, which gave birth to the Red Army faction, a German revolutionary terrorist group founded notably by Andreas Bader and Ulrike Meinhof. The film aims to question views on the significance of the revolutionary movement during its time, as well as its resonance for today's society. So that movie, I should say both of these movies, but particularly that movie, feels like something you would watch in a college history course or a college sociology course or some type of course in general. It's very academic, so it's not an easy watch. And also, if you don't know the context of the time it's talking about, if you don't know the context of the subject matter, you may be a little lost with it. It doesn't really do a great job of informing someone in an introductory way to those elements. So you're going to be maybe a little lost when it comes to those films. When it comes to that film specifically, the other one, more modern, more of a talking heads documentary. So therefore, it's easier to watch and to frame in a modern lens. Uh, But yeah, that's you get the teaser trailer, you get trailers for both of those. Bonus short films by Jean-Gabriel Perriot, who did a German Youth, The Delicate Art of the Bludgeon, and then The Devil in 2012. So let's move on to something else. Um, let's see. So I didn't get to see this, but Satan Wants You is a documentary about the satanic panic of the 80s. Thought I would mention that. Blood Quantum is a movie you can watch on Shudder currently. It's a movie set in the indigenous world, like Native American reservations, in which there's this disease going around that's turning people into zombies, but the indigenous people are immune to it. So it's playing on certain themes in that regard, but it's also playing on, the certain conventional genre norms of having to survive a zombie apocalypse while being immune. It's got, but by genre norms, also genre problems too. Like some of the characters acting in a very stupid way in a very serious situation. Like, don't let in people who are infected to your area. Don't make really dumb decisions that are going to be bad. Stuff like that. Um, let's see. Oh, this another film that's very much feels academic and feels like it would be something you would see in an academic setting, like a school setting, is the Canadian International Pictures release of Action: The October Crisis of 1970. Now, this is dealing with a piece of Canadian history. A masterclass in urgent historical filmmaking by the National Film Board veteran Robert Spry. Action: The October Crisis of 1970 is a bracing portrait expertly synthesizing a dizzying watershed moment through archival material, news reports, and firsthand on the ground footage in the league with the great politics documentaries of the 60s and 70s, and complemented here by its companion film, Reaction: A Portrait of Society in Crisis. Action remains a riveting account of the upheaval that shook Canada to its very core. So, this tells you nothing about what the documentary is about. Actually, the first that paragraph does, but the first one does. I should read that too. In October 1970, a long-brewing tension between French and English Canada explodes onto the world stage after a group of Quebecois nationalists violently kidnap two prominent political figures, holding them ransom and issuing a now famous manifesto. With the nation on the brink, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau responds by invoking the controversial War Measures Act, suspending civil liberties in Quebec, jailing hundreds without trial, and unleashing the Canadian Armed Forces on the streets of Montreal. So, what you got here is the context of there has been a political movement within France for a long time to make Quebec independent from France, because Quebec is so kind of different than the rest of the provinces in Canada. There was a big political movement to do so. They speak primarily French there. They kind of have their own culture, all this kinds of stuff. So this kind of political idea and political movement, came to a watershed boiling point moment in 1970, with the taking of certain hostages and things like that, and with the prime minister basically enacting like wartime type of government acts that basically turned it into you know a like like a what's that called? I forget what it's called. My mind is 4 hours into this. My mind is not there anymore. I'm beyond exhausted. Um, but kind of a police state type of deal. Like I said, kind of suspending people's rights and martial law. That's what I was thinking. Martial law, kind of a martial law type state. And the only time that they would enact this type of uh, thing would be during wartime or during invasion. And they had only done it like I think twice before in the history of Canada. Um, uh, Before then, so it was a big thing. I think they've since gotten rid of this type of power that they could do, and they've changed it or modernized it into something else. But um, it led to a lot of political upheaval, a lot of political questions as to like, if you can do it now for something like this, could you do it later? And also by enacting something like this, could you then go after people that you just simply didn't like political opponents or political or people who are on the political other side of what your political allegiance are? Could you do that? So it leads to a lot of questions, a lot of things, a lot of upheaval. So it's a really interesting documentary from that like thought-provoking perspective. But once again, it's a very much academic. If you don't know about the time and you don't know about the context of the time and like all the stuff I just mentioned, you may be a little lost while watching it. It's informative, but you also may not know what they're talking about because they don't really tell you. They don't really do a good job of telling you all the details you need to know to get into it. But our friends over at Canadian International Pictures always doing a good job of unearthing great Canadian films. So scanned and restored in 2K from the 16 millimeter interpositive. Audio commentary by writer and film programmer Justine Smith. We know Justine Smith. She's been here on Chasing Labels before. Audio commentary assembled from archival interviews with director Robin Spry. Tensions and contradictions. A 2005 interview with Professor Zoe Druick. Making action. New interview with NFB curator Marc St. Pierre. Alternate French language audio track as well. Reaction to Portrait of Society in Crisis. That's the other documentary on here. That's 58 minutes long. And a booklet with essays as well. So our friends over at Canadian International Pictures doing good stuff. Love to see when they show up. They didn't show up last month, so it was nice to see them show up once again. We've had those guys here on Chasing Labels in the past. They always do good stuff. I've got a bunch of their releases around. I think I have some over there. They put out a great documentary on Bret the Hitman Hart. If you're a big wrestling fan of the 90s, you know who that is. Last but certainly not least, here is another documentary. There was a lot of documentaries for the partner labels this time around. But I'll go over this really quickly. It's called A Life in Dirty Movies. This is available, I think, to watch on YouTube right now. This is a great documentary. I can't stress this enough. This is a movie about Joe Sarno, who is known as the Ingmar Bergman of 42nd Street. He's a sexploitation director who directed 75 feature-length films. And he also directed films in the kind of softcore adult film realm as well. But this film goes through his career and goes through and you interview him at the time when he was alive. I think he passed away in 2010. This documentary came out in 2013. And I'm pretty sure while they were making this documentary is when he passed away. He was 88 years old at the time that they were making this documentary. So he lived a full, grand life. And what an interesting guy. And even up to his death, he was trying to direct another movie or get another movie made. Just absolutely a hero in terms of loving and having the passion for making movies. Unbelievable documentary, just incredible. And I'd never seen any of his work, but I heard his name before. For example, they interview one of my favorites in here. A couple of times they talk to John Waters about Joe Sarno and all that kind of stuff. But what is so interesting about Joe Sarno is like I said, they called him the Ingmar Bergman of 42nd Street. He made sexploitation films that were like art films. You know what I mean? They were artistic. They were beautifully well shot. They were like artistic expression in them. They weren't just there for the sex part of it all. They weren't just there to be exploitative. They were there to be made for the love of the art of cinema. And that's what he did. And so it's so fascinating about how he went about his career and how his career changed over time and how the industry changed around him and how sexploitation films kind of went away in the late 70s because the adult film industry had changed. The adult film industry had gotten more expansive in what they were doing and what they were showing and all of that. So it made sexploitation kind of a thing of the past, kind of unpopular now because, if people were going to seeing those movies for a certain thing, they could just go see some other film that would just give them what they wanted. So his career took a hit because of that. And you see, how he had to adjust and all that kind of stuff. And you see the gaps in his career too. Really fascinating documentary. Check it out. Piece of film history, in my opinion. So this movie is called A Life in Dirty Movies. Joe Sarno. And for special features, we got a new commentary with Victor Erickson and Ricard Gramfers. Victor Erickson is the director. Victor Erickson is the director. Um, there's a couple of other interviews here as well. Yeah, there's an interview and there's essay by film historian Dan Erdman too. But the movie itself is really, really good. It's short too. The movie's only 80 minutes long. It's 80 minutes long, and it's a great documentary about someone who really gave his entire life to making movies and to making art and and something that he loved passionately all the way up until his end. So that is pretty much it here for Chasing Labels. We've hit the 4-hour mark. This is for Chasing Labels episode and spy number 164. We will be back here in 2 weeks' time or so. By that time, it will be Memorial Day, actually. The 26th of May of 2025 is Memorial Day. That's when we'll be back here. In the meantime, keep your eyes peeled here for the new episode of Movies Down Memory Lane, which we just uploaded, covering one of our friend Dan Skip Allen's passion and love for the movie High Noon. There will be a review up soon for a couple of Imprint releases. There will be some shorts up as well from me. There will also, of course, be another episode of the Unwatched Pile coming to you before the end of this month, I hope. I still have to iron that out with Steven, but yeah, a lot of things doing here on Chasing Labels. By the time we come back here, we should also have some new Criterion announcements for August will be available, I assume. But yeah, it's been a long time. I'm tired. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you for your patience. Thank you always for supporting me here on Chasing Labels, whether you're doing so by watching the live stream replay back later, whether you're listening in the audio form. The audio form can be found at any place. You can pretty much find podcast audio now, Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, etc., etc. And hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.